Hello and welcome to the program. This Thursday, we want to look back at what happened on Wednesday in Abuja, the Nigerian capital. We celebrated the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, a day in which we honor, we give value, and we say thank you to our military men, officers and men who lay down their lives that this country may survive. This year's edition was a little different, a little expanded, because it was an opportunity to say thank you to both the dead and the living. Now, some months or thereabout before yesterday's event, before the Wednesday event, some veterans, military veterans, had encamped at the headquarters of the Ministry of Finance. And while we're there, we were asking to be paid their pensions. Now, some say that was not good enough, just few days to the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. But some of us say, no, it was showing the premium the Nigerian state places on the military institution. Now, some 10 days after that encampment, the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, Major General Christopher Musa, raised the same issue while appearing on television. He said that the leadership of the Nigerian military was going to prioritize the welfare of officers and men. Now, take a break and look around the Nigerian environment. A number of states around Nigeria are unraveling. Boko Haram and other non-state actors are making life uncomfortable for Nigerians. And the defense chief said something. He said, good governance would help the military operate optimally. And he pointed to Nigeria's ungoverned territories, ungoverned locations, where the population has become easy for non-state actors to recruit. Now, this raises a question. What kind of military does Nigeria need? And this morning, I have the pleasure of welcoming to our studio here in Abuja the former defense spokesperson, retired Major General Chris Olukolade. Major General, you're welcome to our studio.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the privilege.
You must have heard the background I laid, but let me start from Nigeria's environment. Francophone nations surround Nigeria by accident of history. Their worldview is different. Their perspectives to even development is different from ours. And sometimes there are frictions, there are misunderstandings. The definition of territory and how to govern those territories is a little different. Is there any role the Nigerian military as an institution can play to create harmony and understanding between Nigeria and its neighbors?
Well, thank you for this. And I think it could be deduced from our foreign policy position as a country, from which military interactions we derive. The military is loyal first and foremost to the state. And so state interests that determine how it wants to relate with its neighbors would determine how the military responds to that, either the neighborhood or that environment. Now, back to our relationship with our neighboring countries, I think following from the policy of the nation of, Afrocentric policy of the nation, all along, the military has always played along. And I dare say that there hasn't been, in terms of interacting with the neighboring militaries, there hasn't been much friction. We've always collaborated. For instance, when we went to ENUGU, even while the issue was still controversial in international circles, part of those who operated with the Nigerian forces in Liberia and Sierra Leone were the Guinean forces, the Francophone countries, and we interacted very well. We interacted very well. Some of the equipment were very useful to us. And their approach to operations also was a way of us learning, their own methods in operating. And like I said, where the equipment was being exchanged, some areas of the mission was assigned to them, and they delivered. And we devised ways of interacting in spite of linguistic differences. And it has also influenced our training, because the training in the Nigerian military now also takes notice of that, in terms of ensuring that many officers are versed in the French language, which is their own language of communication, because of the experience we had in battles together, of issues of communications, and on and on. I think these are areas that the military has been responding to foreign policy position of the nation.
Let me dwell a little bit on that. You just talked about training.
Yes.
One of the areas I've seen the American, British armies create diplomatic harmony is by accommodating military of other nations in their training scheme.
Yes.
Because it creates a brotherhood, as it were.
Correct.
Does Nigerian military open its training facilities to some of those Francophone countries?
Francophone countries, yes, but I would rather say it's even in a broader format. Other African countries and the Francophone, but it's easier to relate with the Anglophone, the English-speaking countries, and there's no doubt that even at a point, the initial training of cadets for countries like Liberia and Sierra Leone took place in Nigeria, of almost an entire generation of officers. When the Sierra Leonean forces were being repackaged, most of it was done through the Nigerian training systems. You find that initially the Royal West African Frontier Force training have always been together with particularly fellow Anglophone countries. This may not be as detailed as it is with the Francophone, because if you are coming from there, you need to learn the language here. And but that has not precluded the likelihood, even up to the present moment, of having officers, soldiers from neighboring countries come to exploit, take opportunities available in the training system of the Nigerian military.
Let me still remain on the African continent. Nigeria is Africa's biggest democracy. Nigeria was once Africa's biggest economy. I'm told now we are rebasing, and for now Nigeria is just about the second largest African economy. Nigerian professionals and intellectuals are all over the place, and the Nigerian economy, in terms of its independence, is a little more robust than many other African economies. Permit me to observe that this creates a little bit of envy, a little bit. In international relations, it does create a little bit of envy. The Nigerian military, what role ought it to be playing in sustaining the leadership, the prime position of Nigeria in the African continent?
I think I mentioned earlier that this will be subject to the
of
position
the
political, the political leadership. So far, I think it's been well managed.
Talking at Nigerian state, there is Boko Haram, guided institution. Is there anything the military can do to help, without getting involved in politics, to help harmonize these centrifugal, centripetal forces all pulling at Nigeria, everybody trying to take away its own interest from the nation?
I think in response to your question, you too will know that, judging by the way it has performed so far, particularly within the democratic environment, the military has been very much available in ensuring the unity of Nigeria. It actually has no option, for the fact that by virtue of its oath, the oath of office of every military personnel, they are committed to the unity of Nigeria. Now, the training and interaction, you really don't determine who will be your colleague in the day of battle or death. So there's a bond within the military itself. That's an important factor in driving the unity of this nation. Now, also to understand and make it a priority, perhaps more than other institutions, the military has believed more and have, by way of sacrifice and understanding. Many times this is misinterpreted. What you meant to say, and I agree with you, is for the military to achieve this has to show a lot of apolitical disposition. It must not be seen to be, either driving a tribal sentiment or political partisanship. I think the military has tried to be above board in this. I've been privileged to observe a lot of transitions. If you see the way the military adjusts to those transitions, they look commendable. For the fact that when there is about to be a change in government, the gladiators, the political parties do everything to pull the military into it. Somehow it has been able to stand, to stay above board, once at least to a large extent. And I think that in itself is an asset to the nation. I've had to caution sometimes, particularly politicians, that the trouble, especially in electioneering years, the years of election, every effort is done to draw the military into it, or even influence military operations with a view to outplaying rival political parties. I give the caution that even if we end up winning an election, this same military will be available to you to defend the nation. So there's no, leave it out of your contest and don't draw the military into partisanship. Those are the major threats. But the military have been able to be above board in spite of this. They have adjusted to different political parties coming to power. And I don't think this has been in doubt in terms of their commitment to the unity of Nigeria.
Allow me to observe that with internal challenges, insecurity, you see our military virtually everywhere. Allow me also to observe that sometimes you see our military officers do what we in the media may consider not their role. See them on roadblocks. Sometimes see them escorting VIPs. Do you think that our military is being misused and abused?
I think they're rather responding to some immediate needs and challenges. Responding in the sense that, for instance, you observed earlier that in virtually every state of the Federation, it's not the desire of the military. You have had the leadership a number of times declare that this really is not, it's not as if it's a pleasant work they want. But the military must be at the disposal of the political leadership in driving the interests of the nation. If the leadership feels, look, we trust more in your capacity to manage the situation, we don't wish to have a military that will say, no, we will not cooperate. So, first of all, being available in all these places is not the desire of the military, but it shows that they are there and they are doing it well. Indicates the level to which they can adjust, which is part of what training imposes in you, to adjust to the the demands of the time. And that's possibly what gets them involved. As for escorting, being in roadblocks, if that's what the operation at the moment demands, as a way of either preventive or respond to situations, I don't think it is a thing happening all the time. It's just to respond to particular situations. And once they get over that situation, they face other approaches to it. I'm almost tempted to give an illustration.
Kindly do.
And the illustration is that when there is no war, most intellectuals and Nigerians tend to have the feeling that we don't need the military, we don't need them in this number. What are they doing? By the way, let them go. At a point, there was this advocacy that the military should go to the farms. I don't know if you remember that time.
I do.
And that they should, so that they can be productive, in the belief that they are really not productive. When there is no war, the business of the military is to be training, preparatory to the day of war or crisis to handle. Now, there was this tendency that since there was no war, no crisis, some literally felt like disband them, they are not useful. But when the issue suddenly came upon us, for instance, the terrorism you referred to earlier, initially the people in Maiduguri and in the northeast were feeling these soldiers are just nuisance around here. But when they saw the desperation of the enemies of the country, everybody kept saying, where are these soldiers? A soldier is not produced in 3 days.
Give us the soldiers.
Give us, where are the, everybody who has problems, say, where are the soldiers? We can't see soldiers. It takes time to produce soldiers. It takes time to produce the equipment they will use. And these are the kind of challenges the nation faces. But for each of these, the military have proved that they are responsive, adjusting to each of these demands as the situation calls for it.
Major General, do you think that the number in the Nigerian military is enough to serve and service the interests of this country?
At the moment, I can categorically say no. And I think both the military and political leadership realize that. And but you know, it also has implication in the economy of the nation. It's not just, like I said earlier, a soldier is not produced in 3 days or in 2 minutes. It takes time to train him, and the training process involves a lot of expenditure. It involves a lot of wear and tear of equipment, and all of these are expensive. But certainly at the moment, the improvement has to be incremental. What do I mean? On a regular basis, relative to the availability of resources, we keep recruiting and training and preparing for war. But at the moment, it is obvious that there is drive towards increasing the number. In response to you, I would say there is need to keep increasing. The number is certainly not adequate at the moment. And I mean boots on ground. The men that drive this. Although at the moment, warfare is tending more to technology, and the military is equally adjusting to that.
You just say that warfare is tending more to technology.
Yeah.
That's going to push me to a question I was reserving for later, but let me address it now. I understand that Arab contractors, the construction company, is an offshoot of the Egyptian military. Just before we began this conversation, I said to you, I was in Liberia with the Nigerian military, and that I saw firsthand the competence of the military corps, I mean the engineering corps of the Nigerian military when they crossed the Mano River. In other words, within the military institution in Nigeria, there is a mass of not just intellectuals, but professionals. Maybe now that there's crisis, they are being used. Brazil has developed a defense industry so much that it's an integral part of its economy. United States makes billions every year from its military industrial complex. UK are colonial masters. Milk its former colonies dry, making money from their military hardware. Yet with this mass of both intellectuals, technologists, scientists in the Nigerian military, don't you think that the Nigerian military should be part of kickstarting the advancement of both technology, infrastructure, and engineering in Nigeria?
I agree with you, but I also let you know that the military as an issue has not been dormant in this respect. We mentioned earlier that the issues are responsive to the economy of state, the state position in terms of the economy. Nevertheless, the Defense Industries Corporation you mentioned earlier, I've had a lot of wrong information about what's going on there. Yes, there was a time that the situation was very bad, but many people don't even know that there's a lot of development around the Defense Industries Corporation in Kaduna and other places. There's a lot of interaction going on. There's a lot of effort for self-sufficiency. Their input to military operation has been increasing. If we find a lot of the equipment that the military uses, much of it, not all indeed, come from the activities of the Defense Industries Corporation. But when I still hear people say all they do is furniture, I think that's a wrong information. They do much more than that. They produce many of the bullets that are in use. And I think they have strived to recover from the state of dormancy people keep referring to. And if we also, yes, in terms of the military industrial complex, a lot of research going on in military institutions, defense academy, and various places have emphasized the need for research and development. There's no aspect of the Nigerian Armed Forces that does not have research and development, either at its headquarters or as an independent institution. You find, for instance, the Nigerian Army has the Training and Doctrine Command. All of these ones, most of what they engage in is research. And a lot of input keeps coming from there. You even know that at a point, the medical input from the Nigerian Armed Forces was very vital in terms of a lot of discoveries that have helped medical science generally. So, yes, a lot of know-how, intellectuals and scientists abide in the demand. I think they are working. however, the capacity to maybe give the impression, the high rate impression you are expecting, will always be related to the economy and the funding the nation can provide.
General, the title of this conversation is, what kind of military does Nigeria need? Every question I've raised has shown that the Nigerian military is prepared and capable to deliver on the demands of the Nigerian state. But the Bible says, lead us not into temptation. I will not lead into temptation, but I'll ask a question. Do you think the Nigerian political leadership understands the kind of military the Nigerian state needs, not just for its survival, but including the harmony of the state, its economy, and its place on earth?
Well, thank you for this question. Maybe you notice that my tone has been more optimistic for most of this conversation. But if I'm to state clearly the kind of military we need in a very precise term, a military that is highly motivated, swift and capable of responding to any challenge facing the nation. You know, this has a lot of demand. For it to be highly motivated, will relate to the issues you mentioned in introducing this topic, in terms of motivation of those who are in service at the moment, as well as those who have served before, because their experience, their disposition has a lot to say to those who are in service. Equipment is also a way of welfare that most soldiers or most people in the military will always appreciate. Somebody said the best welfare you can give your people is training. You train them to be able to respond to situation. So a military that is swift, that does not have to panic because it has no equipment to handle a situation. Back to my optimistic position, I think that gradually, particularly the political leadership, are realizing it because of the experience we face. Maybe before, when we didn't have any challenge to face, they were also of the impression that we really don't need these things. But with the rate of insecurity here and there, and the position of security in terms of leadership, which is a major priority for any leadership, has made them to realize that you cannot push the demands for a swift military aside and expect them to be able to respond to any challenge facing the country. Now, all of this put together appears to be the aspiration of those in leadership. You have seen, and luckily, like I said before, we have seen transition from political parties, because previously, anyone who is in opposition feels that the military must be brought down, must be destroyed as part of the assets of their opponent. But now it's clear that people who were possibly of that mindset have also had their own time in leadership. Now they realize that this military too is what we need to achieve the desires of the nation.
Now, in addition to the military personnel in service, is the case that I mentioned at the beginning, the veterans. Apart from government, what would you say to the Nigerian public in appreciating, not just also taking care, honoring, and showing that these men and women were prepared to lay down their lives, that all of us may remain in a stable country? What do you say to the Nigerian public?
Well, the Nigerian public should sustain their present approach to appreciating the military, but I think we can do it better. If we see the example of other countries, I've been in the US a couple of times, and I see the way they honor their veterans in particular. Veterans are those who are fortunate to still be alive. They're the one who can interpret the love the nation expresses to them in appreciation of their service. Those who are dead, we should also show it to survivors, those who are, who are their dependents alive. Now, anytime most people who have not appreciated the situation react to military, they see it as too much of a nuisance, too much of a demand, too much of excessive care. No, it's not so. There's this saying that in times of war, in the times of war, God and the soldier, people adore. When it is over, God and the soldier, people despise. I think we should get over that element of despise. It will be a good motivation to those who are still serving to give their best for the country if we keep showing appreciation and not despise. You mentioned earlier the need to protest. That was a national embarrassment. And I don't think the veterans meant to embarrass the nation. It was just desperation, because the bureaucrats, those who are still in service, either within the military or outside it, they tend to underrate their own needs while they are still alive. So how can we convince them that they matter? So it's the need for both those in the public at large to use every opportunity to show them, welcome back to society, we love you. And those who are privileged to be serving either in the Ministry of Defense or even the military itself, in packaging policies, they should let the veterans know that they still matter. What led to the protest was because even decisions that have been taken were not being implemented. And who implements decisions? The bureaucrats. So bureaucrats, I mean those who are servicing government interests, should always be compassionate to the veterans.
Well, be compassionate. I tend to disagree with Major General Olukolade in the word compassionate. They should realize that it is a duty that we owe to those who are prepared to die for us, and therefore redeem that duty and honor them. Well, in the past 30 minutes, I've been conversing with former defense spokesperson, retired Major General Chris Olukolade. We've been looking at the kind of military Nigeria needs. Along that line, we also touched on the welfare and the premium we place on Nigerian military. Major General, thank you for coming to the show.
Thank you for this privilege, and I appreciate our viewers for the privilege of giving us this audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And for you who watched us, we want to thank you for following us this Thursday. Good morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Joining us from Sweden, all the way from Sweden, is Dr. David Okelue Ubunta. Dr. David, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you for having me.
Well, you know that two things that this government did on the date it came on board was, one, to take out the subsidy on petrol, and then two, collapse the dual exchange that we had that a lot of Nigerians had complained about. And these two policies or decisions have come with a lot of impact on the lives of the ordinary Nigerian. Inflation has gone up and the value of the naira has dropped tremendously. As at the day that this government took over, I think the naira was about 750 or so. As we speak, the naira has gone down to as much as 920, 930, 950 to the dollar. So, as an expert, what do you think the government should do now to improve the lives of the ordinary Nigerian, to see that the economy can bounce back, naira gets stronger, and then we can reduce this level of inflation?
Okay, thank you for having me once more. We, as Nigerians and elites and experts, at some point we agree that the fuel subsidy has to go. If you recall, in 2012, the government of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan wanted to remove fuel subsidy. And prior before then, we heard about the cost of this petroleum subsidy, denying the economy of other things that we could have used those funds, used in paying for subsidy. It came with a lot of opportunity costs, and there have been a cry that yes, subsidy has to go and subsidy has to go. We agree that yes, subsidy has to go. However, we expected that there should have been infrastructures, mechanisms put in place to cushion the effect of petroleum subsidy. You see, in governance, you wouldn't see it all until you have, gotten into that position. And I feel personally that the stoppage of payment of subsidy was hurriedly done because there were no cushions put in place. There were no palliatives put in place. Of course, we all know that if you remove subsidy, there will be cost of transportation costs will increase, which will now fuel increase in inflation, and then everything will skyrocket. However, we expected that certain palliative, modes of transportation, alternative modes of transportation should have been put in place before the removal of subsidy. Aside that, the refinery, we have refineries in this country, and none of them is working. We are expecting that there could have also been alternative sources of petroleum locally, so that if you are saying that the market price is going to drive the cost of the cost of petroleum products, then down here, because we have an agrarian society, what have we put in place to make sure that the impact of this subsidy, is cushioned? So, in as much as we agree that yes, subsidy has to go, but we expect that certain things should have in place to make sure that at the end of the day, the people, the masses, do not suffer so much. We agree that there should be some degree of suffer, but extreme, suffer, where you now have transportation costs. I live in ENUGU. You have transportation costs, public transport from Wayek, for instance, to the secretariat, now costing almost about 350 naira to go and then to come back, something like that. And then you expect workers to pay this money and also go to work, 5 a week and all that. So we're expecting that, yes, there should have been infrastructures put in place to cushion the effect of transportation. There should have also be investments, put in place to cushion to help or improve production of foods, of food and all that. So that at the end of the day, when you remove subsidy, the impact will not be so much.
Fuel is one. Another is the removal of the dual exchange, where some people got the naira at a very cheap cost and others got it at a higher rate. But a lot of people thought that that singular move by government would have, increased rather than decreased the value of the naira. What do you think was done wrongly?
Yeah, I think the timing of removal of subsidy and of scrapping of the dual exchange rates, because this thing is like forces of demand and supply. I had to source foreign exchange. Okay, I called my bank. I needed to take out dollar. I needed to get euro. But when I called them, I said, look, I need to take out dollar and I need to buy euro. Can you help me out with that? They said no, that they can only give me dollar and then I'll have to go and look for how I'll get euro. All right, but I don't think that is the right, I don't think that should be a right practice. If I have dollar and as a bank, I should be able to access euro from you. So the policies that has made banks that, yes, we know that the domiciliary account, you can only take out what you have. But I am thinking that the banks should be a financial, when we say it is a financial supermarket, it should play that role as a financial supermarket so that whatever you need in terms of financial services, you are able to get it from the bank. But whereby you now go to the bank, you take out US dollar, you now go to the Bureau de Change or the Aboki by the roadside to now go and buy euro. I don't think it's a very good idea.
Let me ask, for government, they've poured in some more foreign exchange or some more dollar into the market. And in their thinking, that is supposed to bring down that's supposed to shore up, the naira. But that's not happening. Is that the only measure they can take to make sure that the dollar is strengthened?
No, but I think they did that as a stopgap measure or as a short-term measure to see what happens. But the truth is that those things are not sustainable. You see, as a country, we need to go back to the roots. We need to, sit down and say, and take statistics. Where are we as a country? Where do we have comparative advantages? What are the things we can do so that we can earn multiple income or multiple revenue as a country in terms of foreign exchange. And then we come down to invest in those things. It's going to take time. It's not something that will happen in 1 year, in 6 months. No, it's going to take time because we need to. I think part of the problem we have is that we also lack long-term planning. And we can liken that because of, the kind of politics we play, where a party comes in and every other thing that the previous regime is doing, they will push it aside and start things that they can do and finish within their term. So I think we need to begin to look beyond time. That you have 4 years or you have 8 years. Nigeria is not going to end or stop in the next 8 years. Nigeria is going to be there forever. So we need it's lack of proper planning. We need to sit down, come together, bring stakeholders together across party lines, across interest groups, and sit down and say, okay, where do we want this country to be in the next 20 years, in the next 25 years? And we sit down and we draw a roadmap and say, okay, this is what we're gonna do. So any government that comes in, if it means giving it, some aspect of legislation to make sure that any government that comes in will continue in that trajectory, so that in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, we are on the path of progress. Not that we make some progress today, another government comes in after 4 years or 8 years, abolishes every other thing that may have been done, and then kickstarts, their own. So in this way, it now gives us that opportunity to now say, okay, we can earn foreign exchange from, what we used to have in the past, from cocoa, from palm, okay, from the oil that is what is it called again? The cooking oil that's there's a wide held view that Malaysia came to Nigeria, took away palm fruit, and then Malaysia went back, developed it, and today Malaysia is one of the top countries exporting palm oil and the rest of them. So if we want to diverse our sources of earning exchange, we need to make investments, and these investments are not going to happen overnight. These are things that will take up to 3 years, 5 years before you now begin to reap the fruits of this investment. So in as much as short-term measures are good, but I think we really need to sit down and say, what are those things we need to produce in this country? And we need to add value to, and we need to export and begin to earn foreign exchange. It's only when we have the supply of foreign exchange outweighing the demand for foreign exchange that we can now begin to talk about shoring up the value of Naira and all that.
I agree with you that there has to be long-term planning. But in the short term, many Nigerians say that the corruption and the complexities around the foreign exchange policies is making it continuously impossible for us to make the Naira strong. One particular area that I've heard people talk about is that it is only in Nigeria and maybe a few other developing countries that you can go to an aboki or to a bureau de change or to a foreign exchange trader and you exchange $100,000, $150,000, $200,000, and there's no record, there's no documentation, there is no receipt, there is no identification of the individual that is buying this foreign exchange. Nobody knows what the person is doing with it. Nobody knows whether he just wants to buy it and speculate. And they say that probably because of this, a lot of foreign exchange not needed for everyday trading, exchanging hands and further putting pressure on the little foreign exchange that is available, and that this is actually the reason why the naira, no matter what you do, the naira will never be strong. Do you agree with that?
Yes, yes, and to give credence to that, I've had two experiences. One was last year. I was coming back from the United States and we are transiting in Frankfurt. And I needed to make few purchases at the duty-free zone, okay? Then I needed to change US dollar to euro. And when I got to the Bureau d'Exchange there, where I would change it, they demanded for my international passport, a means of identification, as low as $100. I had to present my passport, and they scanned it, and they took record of it, and then exchanged the US dollar and gave me euro, and I was able to make my purchases. That I am in Sweden, just like about last week, okay? I went to change as low as let me just use that, 200 euro to Swedish krona. They demanded for my international passport. They demanded for my passport. So there is some means of identification. Even though nobody asked me what you want to do with the money, but my details have been collected, and then the amount I exchange, must have been noted. This is at adverse with what we have in Nigeria. When the BDCs came on board around 1989 or thereabout, they were there to take charge of small needs of people in terms of small volumes of foreign exchange needs. All right? But today, the BDCs are the ones really now, I can bet you that any amount you want, like you have mentioned, $100,000, BDCs can, commune among themselves and provide that amount of money for you. So this is at adverse with what we have in the developed clients. Okay, I needed to make a payment in krona. Swedish, doesn't use, you can't use euro to make payment. And then I now have to get someone that will help me with that payment. And I told him, okay, make this payment. I will send either euro or US. I'll send either euro or US dollar to you. Then, unknowingly, the guy told me, okay, whichever one I sent, that what he's going to receive is the Swedish krona. I said, really? He said, yes, because nobody is going to give you the euro or the dollar. Now, once you pay that money into your bank account, what you are going to get is the Swedish krona as an end user. I told myself, I said, this is not what you go to the bank will pay out euro or dollar to you. So these are some of the things that I think, by way of legislation, by way of policies, we can begin to bring into our country to see how we help the management of exchange rate, so that if someone pays in US dollar or pays in euro to you, what you get is the naira, and you spend the naira.
And I was going to ask you, today in Nigeria, we're almost cashless, especially when it comes to the naira. Is it not possible for us to be cashless in the use of foreign exchange? What am I saying? That where government does a law, like you can't buy across the counter more than $5,000 or more than $10,000 or more than $2,000, that any other purchases you're going to make has to be made through the cashless process, which makes it possible for changed $200,000 today, and he's coming tomorrow again to exchange another $200. Where, for instance, there should be a tracking process to know who is exchanging, because the way it is, one family can exchange 1 million naira and there will be no documentation. The father exchanges 200 today, another person goes to another place, exchanges, and this money, they will just take it and open their safe in their house and put the money. Is it not possible for government, as a way of stopping the abuse of this foreign exchange, for amounts bigger than a certain amount must be done through the banking system and not across the counter? If not for anything, to fight corruption.
Yeah, all these things are doable and they are possible only if we have the will. Remember, you said that we're almost near cashless in Naira. I don't see that. Okay, before the election, the issue of cashless policy came in. Fantastic idea, brilliant idea by MFLA, all right? But I think the timing was not good, because election was near and all that, Naira redesigned policy and all that. I mean, you need a long time period, to implement it and allow the system take care of it, and then it becomes part of the system. Okay. You remember vices, kidnappings, and the rest of them were on the increase before the election. But when the Naira redesign policy came on board, there was a reduction in all those vices, because people no longer see Naira to carry about to go and pay ransom and all that. Now, immediately after the election and immediately after the Supreme Court judgment concerning the usage of both the old and the new notes, all right? We all went back to square one. And at the end of the day today, social vices, kidnapping is also on the increase, because kidnappers expect you, because they know you can have access. If you are looking for 20 million naira, you can get it across the counter and go and place it for them where they want you to place it for them and all that. So we are not even practicing cashless policy the way it is used to be, or the way it should be. Now, if we talk about going near cashless when it comes to usage of foreign exchange, that simply means that, perhaps we are now having two currencies at play, or two currencies in use in the same economy. And today, I don't see an economy that has two currencies in use at the same time. Rather, what I see is you have a foreign currency, you change it to the local currency in order for you to do businesses. So I think it's all about systems. What needs to be put in place?
But even though it's not official, in Nigeria, we have two currencies. A lot of businesses are done in dollars. If you go to embassies, you pay in dollars. In a lot of organizations, in a lot of transactions, you pay in dollars right here in Nigeria. In some hotels in Nigeria, you pay in dollars. So why are we pretending that we don't have two currencies?
That is simply because we allowed it.
So government, in your view, government needs to really do the regulation that government is supposed to do, that the central bank is supposed to do.
Exactly. CBN needs to come down with policies and say, look, because when I was applying for the Swedish visa, I had to go with the dollar card. No, I had to apply online, and then with my dollar card, and I had to pay the visa.
Welcome to Global News and Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Rivers State government confirms 5 cases of cholera, reports 9 deaths. Nigerian governors reject increase in VAT. Back to ENUGU's tax reform bills. Gaza markets bustle as Israel set to approve ceasefire in Syrian Peninsula. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind. Near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Rivers State government has confirmed 5 cases of cholera and 9 associated deaths in an outbreak that has affected 2 local government areas of the state. The affected local government areas are Akukutoru and Andoni local government areas. According to the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Adeze Ore, the confirmed cases were recorded in Akukutoru, while the 9 associated fatalities were reported across both Akukutoru and Andoni local government areas. Dr. Ore stated that the ministry, in conjunction with the affected local government areas, has activated emergency response teams in the affected areas to contain the outbreak and prevent further spread, and also heightened sensitization efforts have been initiated across the state to educate residents on the preventive measures. The Commissioner emphasized the importance of maintaining hygiene and promptly reporting suspected cases to health authorities. She urged parents to cooperate with health teams as they work to mitigate the impact of the outbreak. Residents in the affected communities are advised to ensure proper sanitation, drink only safe water, and seek medical attention immediately they experience symptoms such as diarrhea, vomiting, or dehydration. The government assured citizens that it remains committed to safeguarding public health and will provide updates as the situation evolves.
5 were confirmed from Akukutoru and none yet from Andoni because of our inability to collect stool samples from the reported cases by the time our team was notified and on ground. We have also recorded 9 associated deaths, out of which 3 are from Andoni. It was majorly these deaths that were reported and brought to our attention that necessitated the swift response from our Directorate of Public Health and Disease Control. On the 11th of January 2025, the attention of River State Public Health Emergency Operations Center, the River State Ministry of Health, was drawn to a signal on 3 deaths within 48 hours in Isiodum community of Andoni local government area. The State Rapid Response Team, led by the Director of Public Health and Disease Control, investigated and commenced actions to contain that outbreak. The River State Ministry of Health, in collaboration with partners and the local government area authorities in Andoni, has activated emergency response measures, and these include strengthened surveillance, enhancing the case detection and reporting across health facilities and communities in Andoni. Rapid response teams, we have deployed trained personnel to affected communities across the state for case management and outbreak containment.
The fight against non-communicable diseases is far from being over, and Nigerians must remain steadfast in efforts to combat them. A medical expert, Professor Ayodele Omotosho, has warned. Omotosho, who is of the Department of Medicine, University of Ilorin, gave the warning while reflecting on the institution's 272nd inaugural lecture held on Thursday. He said the disease could be curtailed through research, education, and community engagement. He called for policy implementation, access to healthcare services, public awareness, campaigns, NGOs, and international collaborations. Motosho had an inaugural lecture which he delivered urged the three tiers of government and stakeholders to invest in the control of NCDs. He had contended that this would greatly help to improve health conditions and life expectancy. Motosho explained that the human part is a three-layer muscular organ, roughly the size of a closed fist, weighing 250 to 300 grams in the female and 300 to 350 grams in the male. Motosho had added that while the diseases are commonly linked to older populations, approximately 18 million NCD-related deaths occur between the age of 70. Motosho went on to note that the diseases have four main lifestyle-related risk factors in common, which include cigarette smoking, harmful alcohol use, unhealthy diets, and physical inactivity. He said these diseases also share four metabolic risk factors, which are hypertension, overweight and obesity, hyperglycemia, and dyslipidemia. The president of the Nigerian Economic Society, NES, Professor Adeola Adekuniju, has said that the cash transfers to those living in poverty and increased capital spending are best strategies for tackling poverty and unemployment in Nigeria. Professor Akini Dikuju made these recommendations during an interactive session organized by the Senate Committee on Appropriation on the proposed 2025 budget. While analyzing the 2025 budget, he advised the government to adopt a conservative approach to budgeting and address the importance of capital spending to create jobs and drive economic growth.
Spending to employment generation. There must be a deliberate effort to link capital allocation to employment generation. Employment is very important in this country where we have those challenges. Capital allocation must be, every project must define how much job are they going to create. Now, within a quick walk, and assume that for every $10 billion naira you have, you can generate one job, direct or indirect. And we see that if you use that and apply that to the economy, the 2025 budget is capable of generating about 1.3 million. We can generate from this economy, based on the capital spending for 2025, about 690,000 jobs. So we need to tie those capital spending to jobs creation. And if we do that, that also impact on employment generations, and poverty reduction.
On his confidence in Tinubu's strategy to address Nigeria's revenue challenges.
In furtherance of this objective, it is imperative to align the executive has predicated the realization of 2025 budget estimated on the following economic assumption. Inflation is projected to decline from average of 27.85 in 2024 to 15% in the current year.
Yes.
Exchange rate will stabilize at 1,500 to $1 in the current year. Crude oil production of 2.06 barrels per day in 2025. Benchmark oil prices is projected at $75 in 2025. Given the importance of the economic variables to the 2025 budget, the Appropriation Committee will engage the relevant MDAs and other stakeholders to determine the visibility or otherwise of this assumption. Where these economic assumptions are retained in 2025 budget, we will follow up critically with relevant MDAs all year round in ensuring that these assumptions are realized for effective implementation of 2025 budget.
In his remarks, Senate President Godswill Akpabio affirmed the 10th Senate's unwavering commitment supporting the president in achieving his goals as they resolve to ensure the success of the Tinubu administration.
We want to assure you that our resolve to assist the current administration to succeed for this nation is unshakable. I'm very confident that once we're able to collate our ideas together and we produce a budget that is workable, a budget that will lead to sustainable growth, Nigeria will definitely be better. Within every challenge lies the opportunity of progress and growth. The task before us is very formidable, but it is neither beyond our reach or beneath our determination. This budget of restoring this nation, is a beacon of hope, a strategic instrument to secure peace, ignite prosperity, and lay the cornerstone of a stronger and more resilient economy for Nigeria.
However, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning Atiku Bagudu offered a slightly different perspective. He argued that poverty reduction efforts should prioritize enabling business activities to thrive.
We must commend ourselves. We must commend the President. We must commend the National Assembly. Because when we say we have generated 3/4 of growth, 3.2, 3.4, to many people it seems small. But industrialized nations, all European countries who have financing is not an issue, technology is not an issue, but they have been unable to achieve 1% growth. Yet we are achieving 3.4 and going up, just to contextualize how much our strategy is turning the economy in the right direction and putting us.
The Nigerian Governors Forum, NGF, has rejected moves by the federal government to increase value-added tax, VAT. The governors, while making their position known after a meeting in Abuja, said the move is agreed that there should be no increase in the VAT rate or deduction in corporate income tax, CIT, at this time, to maintain economic stability and continued exemption of essential goods and agricultural produce from VAT to safeguard the welfare of citizens and promote agricultural productivity. The meeting recommended that there should be no terminal clause for TED Fund, NASENI, and NITDA in the sharing of development levies in the bills, and it also supports the continuation of the legislative process at the National Assembly that will culminate in the eventual passage of the tax reform bills. The Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, has vowed that the Red Chamber would ensure that every naira spent from the 2025 budget impacts the lives of Nigerians. He therefore urged ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs of government to align with this commitment. Akpabio made the statement during the stakeholder session on the appropriation bill at the National Assembly in Abuja. The Senate President described the 2025 fiscal policy termed the budget of restoration as a strategic instrument to secure peace, ignore the task. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, Senator Solomon Adeola, lamented that the retreat that significant revenue is being held hostage by organizations such as the NNPCL. He alleged that the company continues to treat certain elements of the subsidy as operational expenses in its documentation, which affects the availability of free revenue. Adeola also expressed or addressed the padding allegations surrounding the 2024 budget, describing them as a needless controversy. He outlined the focus of the 2025 Appropriation Act, stating that it represents a deliberate effort at solidifying the gains of previous fiscal policies while charting a course for sustainable economic growth. Adeola highlighted that in the past, the country borrowed funds to stabilize the naira and maintain a favorable exchange rate, ensuring it remained free from threats. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has spent over 19 months in office, with his administration facing scrutiny over its economic policies. On his first day in office, Tinubu announced the removal of fuel subsidies, a move that has since left many Nigerians grappling with soaring living costs and widespread economic hardship. The federal government, however, insists that these sacrifices are necessary steps towards building a prosperous and sustainable future for the nation. To discuss these developments and their implications for Nigerians, we're joined by a guest in our studio, Dr. Walter Oji, who's a public and policy affairs analyst. We're back shortly after this.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos? People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has spent over 19 months in office, with his administration facing scrutiny over its economic policies. On his first day in office, Tinubu announced the removal of fuel subsidies, a move that has since left many Nigerians grappling with soaring living costs and widespread economic hardship. The federal government, however, insists that these sacrifices are necessary steps towards building a prosperous and sustainable future for the nation. To discuss these developments and other implications for Nigerians, we're joined by Dr. Walter Oji, a public and policy affairs analyst. Good to have you. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Charles.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
How would you assess President Tinubu's policies so far since he took over office 19 months ago?
Well, leading up from the introduction, when we're talking about removal of fuel subsidy, and this government statement that position that the hardship was necessary. Unfortunately, they forget that there has to be some cushion to hardship, and also this current hardship have become permanent in a way. And that is what is really making it very baffling to the whole country, and in fact to the whole world. In terms of his economic policies, personally, I know he has some policies, but from all indications, either the policies are not working or he has no policies at all, essentially coming in to govern Nigeria on a free fly, basis. You see, the issue of the removal of fuel subsidy actually betrays that assumption. Because one, the first day in office, you announce the removal of fuel subsidy. If you have to announce that, you should also have some plans on how to cope with the hardships. Everybody knows that will come with the removal of fuel subsidy. Unfortunately, I don't think he campaigned on that issue. I know the opposition candidates were campaigning on the issue of fuel subsidy removal. But him coming in and now announcing it shows that he had no clue as to what to do, except that he wants to take credit for a policy that he felt was going to be populous, that the people will like. Unfortunately, when you talk about economic issues, it's not something you just tinker with. It's something you plan. It's something you sow the seed of whatever you want the result to be. Sometimes it might not work out the way you want it based on other fundamentals, in the same economy. You see, so now we are suffering hyperinflation. We are suffering insecurity. We are suffering from a very depreciated naira, and there is no means in place that we can see to be able to solve those problems. Because to solve the problem of naira, you have to have production capacities. Nigeria doesn't have that much production capacities. Investors have no confidence whatsoever in coming in to invest in Nigeria. And those who were in Nigeria, a lot of them have left. Abia State is a good example. When you see the body language of the governor of Abia State, then you have the confidence that things are going to be all right. Then you can come in and invest, knowing that you have a good return on your investment. So in the federal government, we don't see a good body language that indicates that there's going to be a solution.
Yeah, but again, these are things that have continued over the years. It's not this administration that started it. I mean, the economy did not start failing under this administration. The Naira devaluation did not start with this current administration, even though you can blame a bit of it on it, because since they took over, it was around 700 or so, but now it's around 1.5 or so. So going back to the subsidy talk, it was necessary. The three candidates of the presidential candidates from the three political parties said it was necessary to be removed. So it will now be a case of how they were going to, remove it. So the presidents have said it is necessary. This is what we must go through in order for us to find a balance, so that another president will not come and still try to tinker with subsidy. Don't you think it is the right way to go? We just once and for all pass through this hardship and get done with anything that has got to do with subsidy, so that if it is selling, if oil is selling in international price, it's the same thing, you are actually buying it here in Nigeria. So nobody cheats anybody, nobody cheats the country by claiming they bought fuel and at the end of the day they didn't buy fuel. Don't you think that this is just the right things to do right now?
What you're saying makes a logical sense, but what we are trying to bring the attention of our people is that, one, we all agree that subsidy, as was being practiced in Nigeria, was a bed of corruption. It wasn't transparent. It was a vehicle for a lot of companies to make away with Nigerian money. So the removal was necessary. But the question is, when you remove it, you must have something in plan to cushion the hardship that is going to follow. Now, have subsidies. Every country has subsidies. In America, they have subsidies on agriculture or wherever they want to boost up the production. But in Nigeria, what we see in Nigeria is that removal of fuel subsidy, there was no plans to cushion the hardship. in terms of, I know there was a time they were talking about transportation subsidies, because transportation is what we use to bring foods. There was no subsidy for that. In fact, there was no transportation. There was no planning. I'm not talking about remove subsidy and also regulate the cost of transport. It's not possible, because the transporters will also inherit the high cost of fuel. See, Nigeria cannot be compared to another country that we're trying to equalize our economy to. For instance, in America, they sell fuel for about, I think about $2 to $3 a gallon. A gallon is 4 liters. When you divide 4 liters by, by 4, 4 liters, you get one, a gallon by 4, you get 1 liter. So if you're selling fuel for $3, and then you buy a liter for $1, so to speak. So multiply $1, then you find out that the cost of fuel will now become 1,500. Okay, when you look at it, you say, well, why not do that? Well, why should you do that? Because one, a person in America buying fuel for $2 or $2 to $3 a gallon is earning more than any Nigerian. The minimum wage in America is about $15 to $20 an hour. So you can't expect Nigerians to equalize the cost of fuel in America. God has given us the gift of having abundance of fuel, of oil. We sell our oil, we get some dollar revenue. Unfortunately, since Nigeria has no capacity to produce fuel, to refine the oil, we go out and also import fuel. And I can assure you the cost of the fuel, refined fuel, is higher than the cost of crude oil. So you lose out the revenue that you get from crude oil, because you are now importing fuel or refined, crude at a higher cost in dollars. So if we were refining our oil here, it should be cheaper. I remember when it was cheap, people were smuggling fuel from Nigeria to go and sell in Cameroon and neighboring countries. That became a problem.
Right. I mean, now we're looking at another 2 years to the next election. By February, we're looking at another 2 years to the next election. We know that in 2014, the APC came out as a result of the coalition of different political parties. Do you see that kind of thing playing out in the build-up to the next election that is due in 2 years' time plus?
Oh, yes. I think the entire country has lost confidence in the APC government. Actually, President Buhari did very, very bad, according to the recording of most Nigerians. But when I compare President Tinubu and President Buhari, you'll be saying, please bring me back Buhari. Because things were a lot better then, You see, even last year, things are not, things are worse than it is today than it was last year, under the same administration. So in terms of APC government, I don't think Nigeria is ready for another tenure of an APC government, given the track records of President Buhari and now compounded by the track record of President Tinubu. So the Nigerians are now coalescing. There's a lot of move to start teaming up. Forget our party differences. Rescue Nigeria. The rescue of Nigeria is what we are looking for.
But this coalition hasn't really seemed to work, because the coalition brought us here. I mean, APC is a coalition of different political parties that came around in 2014 and then took over in 2015. And up until this moment, this is 10 years afterwards, it does look like we went backwards. The country has become worse. So when you do another coalition now, I mean, there's a fear of coalescing, with different political parties trying to come together again to do the same thing that they did in 2014. Do you think Nigerians will still have that idea of, look, these people, may have come in the way of the APC, and they probably be of no good.
Yeah, what you are saying is correct. However, you have to realize that when the coalition were coming together to form APC, it was a matter of about 4 political parties, and some of those 4 were not complete. You had some remnants of PDP there, you had some remnants of APGA there, you had some remnants of some other parties. The only party that was full was probably the ACN.
And CPC.
Exactly. Exactly, and the AMPP. So, and then what made them succeed was propaganda. They were able to paint the government of Goodluck Jonathan to be clueless. When you use a word so often, people start believing it. And the right-thinking people actually started fighting President Goodluck Jonathan. So this time, everybody have learned their lesson. That they cannot be deceived by simple mudslinging and calling a dog a bad name so you can kill it. Because it's all affecting us. You come to the economy, there's no good news. You come to the insecurity, there is no good news. You come to agricultural production, there's no good news. Food security, no good news. Road infrastructure, there's no good news. Dilapidation everywhere. What we are saying is cosmetics policies of trying to reroute federal agencies to Lagos. That's not what we need. What we need is actually going in and coming up with something that's going to reduce the burden that every Nigerian feels. I can't travel to Abuja on the road because I'm afraid. I can't travel to Lagos on the road because I'm afraid. I used to do that.
Right.
And the cost of airline travel is very high. And any executive that's going to a meeting in Abuja will have to underwrite his flight ticket. And who is going to bear the brunt? The common man, whose products will rise in cost. So what I'm saying in essence is that Nigerians have learned their lessons from the mistake they made when they went against Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan had good policies that we are supposed to come into effect. It takes time. When you put in an economic policy today, you can't expect it to materialize tomorrow. But there has to be an indication that it's going to materialize for people to now follow it. But the problem is, at the time of Goodluck Jonathan, there was an uptick in corruption. And that was what we saw. Every right-thinking person said, no, this is not what we want.
Right.
And then Buhari, from his track record, from the military president and discipline and so on, Idiabon, the whole thing, the memories of that came in. And people were willing to go, with Buhari. Those who didn't vote for him, we are believing he was going to succeed. So everybody was surprised. When he went into office, corruption went up.
Right.
Appointments started going to one side of the country. Nepotism, came in. Everything started going the wrong way. And people said, no, this is not what we bargained for. This is not what we expected of him,
Doctor, we have to leave it there because of time. Dr. Walter Oji is a public and policy affairs analyst. Many thanks for your time. I understand that you have a very tight schedule. You are out to Abuja on Friday, then we could discuss probably when you come back next week.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Charles.
All right.
It's a pleasure.
A pleasure, sir. Thank you so much. Still to come, nearly 150,000 signed petition demanding La Mayor's resignation over fire response. Former Bank of Canada Governor Carney enters race to replace Trudeau. These and more after the break. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with why the demand and the
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
North Korea denounced the United States for sending military aircraft over the Korean peninsula several times this month, as well as the US, Japan, and South Korea for holding an air military exercise, state media KCNA reported on Friday. North Korea also denounced the Joint Nuclear Consultative Group (NCG) between the US and South Korea that seeks to manage North Korea's nuclear threats, the report said. During the latest NCG meeting held last week, the U.S. reaffirmed its commitment to enhance the regular visibility of U.S. strategic assets on the Korean peninsula, according to a joint statement from the U.S. and South Korea. South Korea's anti-corruption agency said on Friday it would ask a Seoul court to extend the detention of arrested President Yoon Suk-yeol, as the leader again refused to be questioned by investigators while held at the Seoul detention center. Waving South Korean and U.S. flags, supporters of Yoon chanted slogans as they protested outside the detention center where he was held. On Wednesday, Yoon became the first sitting South Korean president to be arrested over a probe into whether he committed insurrection when he briefly imposed martial law in early December. In order to hold Yoon in custody for longer, investigators at the Corruption Investigation Office for High-Ranking Officials, CIO, that is leading the inquiry, need to request a court to approve a detention warrant for up to 20 days. Venezuelan opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez met with Costa Rican President Rodrigo Chavez at the presidential house in San Jose on Thursday. This meeting was part of Gonzalez's tour to seek support and alliances across Latin America and North America in countries that recognize him as the Venezuelan president-elect following the political crisis after the July 2024 elections in Venezuela. During the press conference, Chavez expressed his respect for Venezuelans' hope for a return to democracy. Gonzalez has criticized the current Venezuelan government's autocratic tendencies and their impact on the country. The visit occurred 6 days after Maduro's official inauguration for his third term as Venezuelan president. A home in Sydney, previously owned by a senior Jewish community leader, was vandalized on Friday morning and 2 cars were set alight, with one spray painted with an anti-Semitic slur. The attack, the third targeting the Jewish community in Sydney in 2 months, happened on a property once owned by Alex Vichin, the co-chair executive of the Executive Council of the Australian Jewry. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns said.
These are horrifying anti-Semitic attacks. They're violent. I think they've shocked the people of New South Wales and Australia. And honestly, I never thought I would see this kind of naked racism and anti-Semitism repeating itself on the streets of Sydney in such an organised, horrifying manner. I also want to make it clear that police are directing a huge amount of resources at this operation. Strike Force Pearl has 20 detectives working on anti-Semitic violent attacks in our community full-time.
Australia has seen a rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents since Israel retaliated against an attack by militant Palestinian group Hamas on October 7, 2023, with an assault on Gaza that has left tens of thousands of people dead. Meanwhile, people shopped at a marketplace in Khan Yunis in Gaza on Friday morning as Israel's cabinet is set to approve the ceasefire deal with Hamas. The ceasefire accord emerged on Wednesday after mediation by Qatar, Egypt, and the U.S. The deal outlines a 6-week initial ceasefire with the gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces Dozens of hostages taken by Hamas, including women, children, elderly, and sick people, would be freed in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners detained in Israel. It paves the way for a surge in humanitarian aid for Gaza, where the majority of the population has been displaced, facing hunger, sickness, and cold. If successful, the ceasefire would halt fighting that has razed much of heavily urbanized Gaza, killed over 46,000 people, and displaced most of the tiny enclave's pre-war population of 2.3 million people, according to Gaza authorities. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators gathered near the Israeli consulate in Toronto, Canada on Thursday to celebrate the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas and to call on Tel Aviv to honor the terms of the deal. Gert Saba, a member of the Jews for Free Palestine organization, stated that while the ceasefire is a positive step, it came too late. According to mediators, the deal would take effect on Sunday, January 19th, and include a release of hostages held there during 15 months of bloodshed that devastated the Palestinian enclave and inflamed the Middle East.
We have to acknowledge that the ceasefire deal has come 15 months way too late. This exact deal has been on the table since May of 2024, and instead Israel decided to continue its genocidal campaign. And this is reflective of a failure of the international community, especially a country like Canada that prides itself in peacekeeping efforts, refusing to take concrete efforts, such as imposing an arms embargo on Israel that could have ended this genocide 15 months ago.
We're obviously thrilled for the possibility of a ceasefire for the Palestinian people. It's come 15 months too late. It's come 200,000 deaths too late. It's come the loss of many kids' parents, the loss of many kids' lives too late. But a ceasefire is a ceasefire, and that is a good thing.
As students, while we are certainly glad to hear of the news of a ceasefire deal, we are cautious. We are cautious of the fact that Israel continues to violate previous ceasefire deals, and that in the last 24 hours, over 100 Palestinians have been killed since the deal was announced.
Russia claimed on Thursday that its forces targeted several Ukrainian military airports and key infrastructure over the past 24 hours, while Ukraine reported attacking a Russian fuel depot, triggering a large fire. The Russian Defense Ministry said in a briefing on Thursday that its forces had struck multiple Ukrainian military airports, drone production facilities, and storage warehouses in the past day. Russian forces also destroyed a key bridge on a Ukrainian supply route to the west of the Kharkov. The Russian air defense systems downed 3 French-made Hammer guided bombs, 12 U.S.-made HIMARS rockets, and 95 drones. On the same day, the General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces reported 89 combat encounters on the front lines as of Thursday afternoon. It said that Ukrainian forces had successfully repelled 8 Russian offensive in Kursk region. Additionally, Ukrainian armed forces launched a strike on a Russian fuel depot in the Voronezh region early in the day, with at least 3 drones hitting the target and sparking a major fire. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian arrived in Moscow on Friday for talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. In the airport, Pezeshkian was welcomed by Russian Minister of Energy Sergei Sivelev. Pezeshkian on his first Kremlin visit since winning the presidency last July after the death in a helicopter crash of his predecessor, is due to hold talks with Putin, focusing on bilateral ties and international issues before signing the treaty. According to TASS state news agency, the presidents will sign a strategic partnership treaty between the two countries. Russia has cultivated closer ties with Iran and other countries hostile towards the U.S., such as North Korea, since the start of the Ukraine war, and has strategic pact with Pyongyang and close ally Belarus, as well as a strategic partnership agreement with China. The 20-year Russian-Iran agreement, which will include provisions for closer defense cooperation, is likely to worry the West, which sees both countries as malign influences on the world stage. Moscow and Tehran say their increasingly close ties are not directed against other countries. Russia has made extensive use of Iranian drones during the war in Ukraine, and the United States accused Tehran in September of delivering close-range ballistic missiles to Russia for use against Ukraine. Tehran denies supplying drones or missiles. The Kremlin has described or declined to confirm it has received the Iranian missiles, but has acknowledged that its cooperation with Iran includes the most sensitive areas. Putin met Pezeshkian on the sidelines of the BRICS summit in the Russian city of Kazan in October and on the sidelines of a cultural forum in Turkmenistan the same month. Nearly 150,000 people have so far signed an online petition demanding the immediate resignation of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass over her gross mismanagement and a lack of leadership during the devastating wildfires in the region. The Change.org petition, with a still increasing signatures, accuses Bass of mishandling the wildfire, noting that she was not even in the country when the fires first broke out. According to media reports, Bass was on a diplomatic visit to Ghana when the devastating wildfires erupted. Prior to her trip, the local meteorological agency had issued multiple warnings about the extreme fire risk posed by strong winds following a prolonged dry spell. In June 2024, Bass approved the budget cut of more than $17 million to the local fire department. A report from the Los Angeles Fire Chief Christine Crowley in December 2024 stated that these cuts had significantly weakened the department's ability to effectively respond to wildfires and other emergencies. As of Wednesday, fierce wildfires across the Los Angeles area had killed at least 25 people and destroyed more than 12,300 structures. Local authorities confirmed that at least 26 people were still missing in the ongoing wildfires. 20 of the missing are believed to be in Eaton Fire area and 6 in the Palisades Fire area. Meanwhile, outgoing U.S. President Joe Biden attended a Commander-in-Chief farewell ceremony in Virginia. During the event, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin presented both Biden and First Lady Jill Biden with the Distinguished Public Service Medals, the highest award given by the Department of Defense.
Serving as your Commander-in-Chief has been the greatest honor of my life. While I'm deeply grateful for your thanks and affection, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for your service to our nation and for allowing me to bear witness to your courage, your commitment, your character. As I listened to the choir sing, I thought about it. You all represent what America is: character, honesty, integrity, commitment.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, preparing a step down from his post, urged career civil servants at the Justice Department not to let unfair criticism prevent them from doing what is right for the country. Democratic critics of Donald Trump have been concerned that the president-elect will undermine the independence of the judiciary when he takes office. Trump has said his administration will prosecute some of his political adversaries and has often attacked Garland and other Justice Department employees for what he says have been politically motivated legal cases brought against him.
But bearing true faith and allegiance to the Constitution is not the end of our obligation. It is just the beginning. I know that you have faced unfounded attacks simply for doing your job. At the very same time, you have risked your lives to protect our country from a range of foreign and domestic threats. But the story that has been told by some outside of this building about what has happened inside of it is wrong. You have worked to pursue justice, not politics. That is the truth, and nothing can change it. I know that a lot is being asked of you right now. All I ask is that you remember who you are and why you came to work here in the first place. You are public servants and patriots who swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution. It is the obligation of each of us to follow our norms, not only when it is easy, but also when it is hard, especially when it is hard.
The address by Garland, who was appointed by outgoing President Joe Biden, comes on the second day of confirmation hearings before the Senate's Judiciary Committee for Pam Bondi, Trump's nominee to be the next Attorney General. In his remarks, Garland called on Justice Department staff to keep guaranteeing the department's independence. Former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney announced on Thursday that he was running to replace Prime Minister Justin Trudeau as leader of the ruling Liberal Party, saying he wanted to focus on the struggling economy. Carney, 59, launched his bid at an event in the western city of Edmonton, casting himself as an outsider who was not part of Trudeau's unpopular government. Trudeau announced his resignation this month amid unhappiness among legislators alarmed by the party's poor polling numbers ahead of an election this year. Trudeau, who took office in November 2015, will stay on until his replacement is named on March 9th. Carney's main rival looks to be former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, whose resignation last month over policy differences led to Trudeau's decision to quit. The new Prime Minister is unlikely to be in office for long. The minority government could be toppled in Parliament as soon as the end of March, triggering an election that polls indicate the official opposition Conservatives will win. Carney, who was also Governor of the Bank of England, is running as an outsider with considerable financial experience.
Yes, Canada needs change, but not just any change. We need change that works for people, and we've never needed it more. So if you remember one thing from what I say today, remember this. I am going to be completely focused on getting our economy back on track. And if you wonder why I can succeed where others have failed or will fall short, consider this. I've helped manage multiple crises, and I've helped save 2 economies. I know how business works, and I know how to make it work for you. I've worked around the world, but I'm grounded in what I learned right here in Edmonton. To be responsible, to be fair, to stay humble, to work together, and to never, ever give up.
And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. See you later.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome, and this is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Of course, here we give you everything that has to do with entertainment, pop, arts, and culture. And I will be doing this 1 hour with you alone. Yeah. So today is Friday. I don't know how you're feeling. I don't know if the Hamatan is still hammering in your area. Some people are down with flu, some people are down with malaria, some people are still trying to resonate and trying to make their New Year resolutions. People are fasting and all that, but I don't know for you how today is. Alright, so we have an interesting story, and today is our movie train where we recommend interesting movies for you to watch this weekend. And of course, I have a guest. We'll be talking about an interesting topic that was actually trending on social media 2 days ago. So enjoy this 1 hour with me. So personal story is the Nigerian Police Force Zone 9 headquarters, Umuahia, has refuted the report alleging that the command arrested the president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Mr. Emeka Rollas. The command debunked the report through its public relations officer, SP Inyanitu Bruno Chukudera, who described the report as misleading. The attention of Zone 9 headquarters Umuahia has been drawn to false and misleading reports circulating online, alleging that the president of Actors Guild of Nigeria was arrested by police officers of the Zonal Command. While these reports are baseless and untrue, it is important to clarify the facts. On January 9, 2025, the president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria held a meeting at a certain location in Umuahia. During the meeting, a chaotic argument broke out, necessitating police intervention to restore calm and prevent a breakdown of law and order. Due to the proximity of the meeting venue to the Zone 9 headquarters, the parties involved were brought to the command to de-escalate the situation, the release stated. Chukwudera pointed out that prior to the meeting, the president of the guide had earlier petitioned against 13 members, raising concerns about their activities, which were under investigation by the command. He added that the aggrieved members alongside the president were addressed by the Assistant Inspector General of Police, AIG Suleiman Yusuf, which after the discussion, all parties returned to their homes without any act of arrest or intimidation. The command spokesman stated clearly that no one was detained, including the president of the guide. Now, the truth is, trust social media to always escalate matters, drag issues, say certain things that is not true. Yes, of course, police was involved. They just came to step down the whole argument. Trust argument to actually come up whenever there is a meeting. It's possible because, I mean, people's ideas may not be agreed every single time. There was a heated argument and police was there, but they actually calmed everything down. Nobody was arrested, not even members, not even chiefs. So people coming out to say that Emeka Rollas was arrested is something very crazy, because why would you come out to say something you're not even sure of? We keep saying this time without number that social media should try to give this PG. Should we call it parental guidance or social media guidance? You don't come out to say certain things you're not sure of. It can lead to your arrest one fateful day. Alright, so federal court sitting in Ikoyi, Lagos granted a warrant of arrest against Ezekiel Onyedikachukwu, the manager of gospel singer Mercy Chinwo, on Thursday. Justice Alexander Owoye issued the order following a motion ex parte brought by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, seeking the manager's arrest. When the case was called on Thursday, Mrs. Bilikisu Buhari announced her appearance for the EFCC. The court granted the application and adjourned the case until 24 January for the arraignment of the manager. In an affidavit in support of the application, the EFCC averred that it received a petition from Chinwo against the manager. It is from all her digital platforms and events without disclosure. According to the EFCC, the gospel singer claimed that the manager diverted about $345,000 without remitting her share. It stated that efforts to arrest the manager had failed, necessitating the application for the arraignment of the manager. You know, this is part of what we are actually going to be discussing with our guest today, because we had same case 2 days ago on social media. Okay, I don't want to be a spoiler, but I don't know, is it becoming a norm that either manager or people you sign contracts with to do business with, especially with artists, they turn around to disappoint you, they don't pay you, or they collect side money which you are involved with without giving you your own percentage? I don't know if people enjoy when they actually drag them on social media, because social media has turned to in-laws, lawsuits, police station, and what sort. Now, do you think that taking you or asking them to arrest you would bring your image a very, I don't know how you people see this. I don't know how people say this. I'm not supposed to be an analyst, but it's becoming a norm, it's becoming a trend that when it comes to artists and manager, or artists and producers, or artists and people they share contracts with, pay me my money, it is always a problem. Pay me my 10%, it is always a problem. You collected royalties, I'm supposed to get a share, give me my part of the money, it is always a problem. I'm even surprised even among gospel artists. I mean, Easy Concept is people and someone we know that. I mean, I have a very high respect for him. I'm surprised. This is going to have an issue with his image in this society. I don't know how this will be resolved, but I actually wish him well. Alright, so Nollywood veteran Ngozi Zono has made headlines today after publicly reprimanding two young aspiring actresses for showing off braless and wearing crop tops to an audition. I'm sure you actually saw this on Instagram. The incident occurred during an open casting call, and her comments quickly sparked a heated online debate, addressing the young girls in front of the gathered crowd. The moment sparked a storm of reactions online. On one hand, many praised Izonu for standing up for professionalism and decorum in the industry. Fans commented that her stance aligns with maintaining respect for the craft and the seriousness of Nollywood as a global entertainment force. Others, however, criticized her approach. Critics felt that calling the girls out publicly was unnecessary and could have been done privately. Ngozi Zono's remarks have reignited conversations about the expectations placed on aspiring actors in Nollywood. Is there a balance between self-expression and professionalism? Should how one dresses determine their chance of success in the industry? While some agree that a level of decorum is necessary for auditions and workspace, others believe the focus should be on talent and not appearance. All right, you view it right now. I mean, you should be the judge. You should tell us what you think. Do you think they should focus on talent and not appearance? Or you should dress appropriately to avoid being called out like that? I'm sorry I couldn't review the video, but clearly in that video, she was stating facts. Yes, wear what you're comfortable with. And of course, in this Gen Z generation, we are all comfortable wearing crop top and jeans and all that and all that. But you're going for an audition. You might be asked to cry and roll on the floor or something. How comfortable would you be wearing that crop top and braless top, rolling on the floor, or performing the scene they actually asked you to do? I don't know how comfortable you would be, but for me, if you're going for an audition, yes, rightly said, dress how you want to be addressed. I don't even know who made it a norm that when you're going for a film audition, you're meant to dress like that. To think it's not just one person, they were two. And of course, if you look at others, there was something almost similar. You're going for an audition. Because I'm sure if you're going for a music audition, gospel music audition, you wouldn't dress like that. So who made it a norm that if you're going for a movie audition, you're meant to dress like that? I'm not being judgmental. I'm not saying you shouldn't wear what you like or what you're not comfortable with. Others said she was supposed to call them privately. But if she had called them privately, would others get the information that you're not supposed to dress like this for an audition? And at the end of the day, if these girls are not picked, they'll tag it to wickedness or favoritism, or maybe they don't like them or something. I don't know. Because of course, possibly their acting is good. They did what they were asked to do perfectly, but appearance. You know, when we were in school and it's time for you to do your presentation, there's this dressing one has to, you have to look very corporate, because before you even start speaking, the judges and your professors are looking at your appearance. First, your appearance should have like 30 marks. Now imagine your appearance 0, and it's time for you to perform nothing. How do you think you will be picked to feature in that particular movie or even in that movie industry? I don't know how people see it, but it's not supposed to be a norm. It's not supposed to be, this is professionalism. Maybe they see acting as a hobby or something you do in your leisure time. No, people go for classes for this. People get masters and PhD for this. People travel abroad for this. And if your skill is, if your appearance is not looking it, trust me, if you go abroad looking like that, I'm not sure they would even ask you to perform, because if you're not corrected now, you'll do it again tomorrow. I don't know why others were saying she was supposed to call them privately. She's not supposed to do that. Okay, I actually saw, okay, I heard someone say these old women are jealousy. Jealousy! I saw that and I was just laughing my ass out, because what do you mean by jealousy? Jealous of what exactly? Because they've actually passed this stage we are right now. And of course, Ngozi Ezoni is still a very beautiful woman. So what exactly is she jealous of? Is she jealous of the crop top or the fact that you're not wearing a bra to come for an audition? Wait, okay, she's jealous of your flat tummy. Because I don't know what she's jealous of. She's not jealous of your talent or anything. What do you mean by these old women and jealousy? What do you mean by she wouldn't have called her out publicly? She would have called her out privately. I think this should actually be a topic to discuss, because our society is turning so many things that is not supposed to be a norm into a norm. We forget there's professionalism in certain things, and how you're dressed is how you would be addressed. I still wonder how they would have done that audition with that outfit. All right, let's delve into the last story of the day. A huge Wicca figure known as Mo walked around Santiago Street on Wednesday, January 15th, raising awareness of the plight of displaced children seeking safety across borders. The 7-meter tall Wicca belongs to the French theater company La Home de Bau and will be participating in the International Theater Festival called the Tierra Amaya Theater to the 1,000. That's exactly what that means. Mo represents a boy who flees his country at war and starts an imaginary journey holding a red ribbon as he goes. The performance offers a reflection on forced displacement and hope. The puppet started his tour on Wednesday in the Maipo commune and will tour 3 more communes in Santiago province until January 25th. The event is free for spectators, and of course it would continue. Let's keep our fingers crossed that this particular event would continue till January 25th. I trust me to always reveal that to you. So let's take a look at the video.
It carries the message of hope. It also comes with a message to never forget the children who migrate, who suffer, who have to move countries.
I mean, it's mostly useful for the children. Because we have to be tolerant and teach them to share with other children from other countries, to welcome them. Because I think immigrants are brave because they leave their entire family in their country and here they arrive alone, with nothing.
I have several colleagues who are immigrants from Venezuela, Colombia. They have been welcomed here, in Chile. There are always a few bad apples, wrongdoers, but all the good things must be highlighted.
All right, that was a beautiful scene. Keep your fingers crossed to keep seeing something like this till January 25th, because of course I'm gonna be reviewing that to you. And yes, this is where we come to the end of the news segment. We'll go on a short break, and when I return, I'll review some interesting movies, just very few movies for you to watch this weekend. So stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is our movie train segment. Alright, so the first movie for you to possibly sit and watch this weekend, I'm sure you might have seen the trailer. It's the 6888. It is a 2024 American war drama film written and directed by Tyler Perry on the 888 Central Postal Directory Battalion, an all-black and all-female battalion in World War II. The film features an ensemble cast which includes Kerry Washington, Ebony Obsidian, Milano Jackson, Kayla Jefferson, Oprah Winfrey. Alright, so 855 women joined the war effort to address a 3-year meal backlog. Despite discrimination and war-torn conditions, they sought over 17 million pieces of mail ahead of schedule. Let me tell you a little bit about this story, this movie. I've not really seen it, but the trailer looks quite interesting. These are women they actually picked to join the army to go look for this particular meal. And this is actually an action movie, not a romance, not a horror movie. It's an action movie where you see battalions of women wearing, their uniform is kind of sooty or something, But I don't want to be a spoiler. So go see that particular movie. So next is Fairy 2. This movie is about a former powerful drug lord being pulled back into crime. The main character, Fairy, is based on a real person. After losing his drug empire, Fairy Bowman has found a measure of peace away from Brabant's criminal underworld until his past catches up to him. Think about it. What do you think? What do you think they mean when they say your past catches up to you? Like, this is someone that had millions of naira and he's a drug dealer. And he lost money and he decided to go back to what he was doing before, and you know, I don't want to be a spoiler anyway. Alright, finally it's number 24. It's a thrilling war biotic based on the life of Gunnar Sontespi, Norway's greatest war hero, who bravely led the notorious Oslo gang, which hunted down Nazis in the country during World War II. Now, the plot charts a young Gunnar Sontespi's introduction into life as a member of the resistance. Despite never being involved with the military or the government before, and his rise into being one of the most decorated and revered citizens of Norway. Overall, number 24 is quite an entertaining and enjoyable watch, especially for those who are not well versed with Sontespi and his contributions against the Nazis. I'm sure I've given you so many action movies. I didn't add romance. I'm sorry about that. But yeah. This is all we have for you in the movie train segment for you to go see. First is the 6800, the Fairy 2, and of course number 24. All these are action movies. You can actually learn from it, because at the end of the day you should know why did they choose hundreds of women to be in the army. Secondly, why would you go back to something you were doing before that landed you in trouble? And thirdly, we'll know about Sontespi and when he joined into that particular group that brought him to where he is right now. So, I have a background story I want to talk about. This is about Nigerian singer Spyro, who has sparked controversy by accusing music executive Obi Franklin of deceit and label mogul Polo of mismanagement. Spyro alleges Obi used Davido's name to secure a performance without paying the agreed upon fee. Obi counters, claiming Spyro owes him a commission for a car purchase. Obi Franklin responds to Spyro's allegation, demands 10.5 million naira car deal commission. Now, regarding to this with Polo's label, Spyro claims he faced financial hardship and emotional distress. Polo presented receipts detailing expenses for Spyro's career, which Spyro countered with personal accounts of hardship, including being left without accommodations during a label-sponsored event. The public feud has ignited debates about ethical practices with the Nigerian music industry. Now, this is the story I was actually talking about earlier, about Spyro and Polo having this Obi Franklin actually having this grievous argument. This is their WhatsApp chat where Spyro kept reminding him, bros, Alpha, send me my money. Waiting this up, you know, this cool stuff. You're reminding this person you signed this contract with to send you your money, and he keeps postponing it. Don't worry, I'll talk to him. Don't worry, I would see what I will do. I'm traveling this week. I'll come back next week. You came back, the same story. This is from November. No, this actually started from October. Got to November, same story. Got to December, same story. Now, this is where they brought themselves out in public. In January 2025. Now, Franco B came on socials and was like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna reveal pictures of that. He came on socials and was like, No, he's not going to allow anybody tarnish his image. He's not going to allow anybody rub his name in the mud. He's not going to allow anybody drag him. If you don't want that, send him his, I think it's 105 million naira. Send him his money. This was the same thing that happened to Messi Chinwo and the manager. Send this person their money. Most people love being dragged. Because if you do the right thing, you won't be dragged on social. Social media has turned to what they call it, the courtroom. Social media users has turned to the judge and the lawyers. Since you want people to drag you and drag you, pay this guy his money. This is a topic we're supposed to be talking to, I guess, but I think he's actually running late. But yeah, this is me having a conversation with you. I don't know if it is a norm. I don't know, because this is not the first time. Neither is it the second nor the third. That's why I said I was even surprised. It's something that is practiced among gospel artists. What is wrong with you? Is it greediness? I don't know what to call it. Because you can't tell me they paid you and you can't pay somebody 10%. Now you're bringing up a car the person bought. You get, okay, let's assume you connected the person to this and he bought the stuff in a cheaper rate. So he's supposed to send you 10 million naira or 10.5 million, I don't know, 10 million naira. So because of that, you're holding his money hostage, his 105 million naira hostage. Make it make sense. I don't know why some people like being petty. And you're coming out on 2025, posting on your socials, saying you refuse to allow anybody to drag you. You refuse to tarnish your image. You refuse to do this, blah, blah, blah. But you're actually dragging yourself. You're bringing yourself out, because this thing started since October. This guy has been patient October, November, December, and this is January. He still hasn't even seen his money. You're not even saying things of, okay, let me pay you. You're not saying things like that. I don't know. Even if, yes, Afrobeat is going viral, Nigeria entertainment industry is going global and all, we shouldn't be bringing ourselves out. We shouldn't be washing our dirty linens outside. We shouldn't be embarrassing ourselves. Why are you people allowing we, your fans and viewers, see the things you guys do behind? These are things we're not even supposed to see. The picture we're seeing of you outside is what you should maintain. Because I'm sure for him to bring this out, you should see the WhatsApp messages. You should see the WhatsApp messages. He kept on begging him because he had respect for him. He kept begging him, sir, what's up with my money? I don't like this. Normally, people collect their money before they even perform. But he actually performed before asking you for money. That's the height of respect he has for you. So are you trying to say his decision to do that before collecting his money is wrong? I'm sure he must have learned his lessons. I'm even sorry he's even Spyro that's going through this. Because he had to tell stories of he could remember when he was still an up-and-coming artist, how they I don't know how to put it, they rubbish them, let's use that word. They don't give them the attention they deserve, they treat them as trash and all that. They don't even pay most of them after performance, they don't pay them. Yes, I know this thing usually happen in the movie industry. There was a time Patience Ozokwo said something like this, that when you're an up-and-coming entertainer, they don't see you as any importance and they don't even pay you. Even if they do, they pay you peanuts. At the end of the day, what you actually brought out is profitable and interesting to them. But at the end of the day, they won't even pay you well. Now, Spyro is not an up-and-coming artist, but he gave you that respect to do the performance before collecting money. And you're bringing up a car conversation. How is it sinking in? Make it make sense. I don't know. All right, so we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll review some other things to you, so stay with us. Happy birthday to every celebrity that today happens to be his or her birthday. And of course, you out there, if today happens to be your birthday, I wish you long life and prosperity. I wish you so much love. I wish you peace. I want to say I miss you. I wish you every good thing in life, and all your secret prayers would be answered. So, okay, we had this interview with the Gorilla Guy. I'm sure if you're conversant with Gorilla Guy on TikTok, you know what he does and the kind of content he creates. We had this conversation and interview with him, and we will be reviewing that interview with him. All right. So while you're enjoying that, I want to remind you to follow us on all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course, join us same time tomorrow. I remain your host, baby girl Queenette Wukunta. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye. E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I told you we have an intriguing guy. So his real name is Chekwas, in case you don't know. Welcome to the studio, Chekwas.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hi.
You look so good. I'm fine, thank you. So, can you tell us, like, talking about this Gorilla Guy content, what actually inspired you to choose that particular content?
Well, the truth is, I tried, the first time I did the gorilla walk, the so-called gorilla walk, I never had the intention of walking like a gorilla. I tried mimicking Tom and Jerry. I don't know if you remember the cartoon. There's this episode where Tom had to call his three cousins, those three cats.
Yes,
I think one is blue, black, and red.
Yes.
They were walking funny. So I've always been doing that right from when I was small. So I did that last year. That was around March last year. And it was in a content, so I did it and I uploaded the video. And someone trolled me. Like, someone was more like, is this something? I think it was something like, this video is not even
shading
nice.
You or something, yeah.
Look at you walking like a gorilla. Yeah. So I now did it again.
Yeah.
You know, when you're like doing it again to let the person know, okay, you have made your statement, but it has nothing on me. So I did it again and it went viral. So a lot of people were like, yes, he's really walking like a gorilla, but it's kind of funny. You get? So I never had the intention of walking like a gorilla.
Yeah.
I was just trying to mimic Tom and Jerry, and the hate speech brought in the gorilla walk, and here we are today.
So can you share us, like, how you started creating content?
Oh, well, I started content creation 2017.
Okay.
And my first video went viral 2020.
Wow.
I started September 2nd, 2017. I was into fitness content.
Okay.
Doing how to lose body fat,
Yeah.
how to,
as a
get
gym
toned up and all
instructor.
that. Yeah. So I focused on that for 2 years plus. Then during lockdown, Corona outbreak, during the lockdown, I started doing comedy videos.
Yeah.
Then one went viral 2020, and that was it until last year, around that March. It was guerrilla work that, like, I had like 4,000 followers since 2017, then had 19,000 on TikTok.
Yeah.
But from there, I did guerrilla work, all my accounts, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok.
It's been buzzing up since then.
Really up since then.
So have you faced any challenges creating all this content?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, walk us through it.
The kind of challenges I face, let's say, first of all, one major challenge that people will face, upcoming content creators will face, and they just have to know how to control it, is when the fame comes in a hurry.
What do you mean by that?
When your video goes viral.
Yeah.
Like, boom, when it goes viral. That heat wave.
Yeah.
It comes with so much pressure. At times you feel like there's some certain things you're not supposed to be doing again because everyone knows you.
Okay.
When my videos went viral, I was still jumping into bus, entering keke and all that. But people always be like, I used to watch your video. Hey, sorry, excuse me, I the gorilla guy. I'm like, yeah. I used to watch your video. So if I had changed my lifestyle in a hurry, probably I will, when you're living under pressure, you're living a lifestyle you can't maintain. So that is it when the fame comes in a hurry. When the fame doesn't match your pocket. You get. That's one. Secondly, I believe that is a general one. Something like your equipment. You have to have something up to standard. Because if you want your videos to go viral and all that, at times the video needs to be very clear. The quality of your video really helps. So, and that's where iPhone 14, 15 comes in and all that. And if you're not from a rich family, of course, getting these kind of things will not be easy. But as an upcoming content creator, you just have to find yourself in the midst of other content creators. Make yourself available.
So you can share insights.
Exactly. So once they're done shooting, you can beg them, please, can I make use of your phone and all that. But if you just stay at home waiting for it to save up and get your own, you will just be wasting time.
So does it mean someone that doesn't use iPhone 14, 15 and the rest of them cannot shoot a quality content?
You cannot shoot a quality content.
Really?
Yeah, you can't.
So iPhone 13 cannot
do they can. Like, there are levels to quality content.
Okay.
You get. There are levels to it. But one thing you need to know is if you shoot a video with iPhone 11 and shoot with iPhone 14, when you upload, because definitely once you upload a video on social media, it drops. Okay. Then when it drops, you will now notice that you see the whole quality. Like, this one is looking kind of sandy. We call it sandy when it's not that clear compared to the other one. So you need quality content.
Wow. So have you ever thought of making content creation as a full career?
I'm into it now as a full career. Like, I never knew. See, I've always been acting. From 2020, I was doing it out of passion. Like, I enjoyed it.
Okay.
You get. So no matter the job, I'll keep doing it. But since this whole guerrilla guys of a thing, I'm now taking it to a whole different level. Like, I have a goal.
Okay. So apart from the guerrilla work, you have another kind of content you...
Yeah, I have my character. Like, there's the main character that I was before the guerrilla work. Okay. Yeah, there's this funny character that I was. Yeah. The guy acts stupid, like the stupid part of me. Okay. But the gorilla guy is just an aggressive beast,
Yeah.
Someone that is possessed by, I'll call it like an evil spirit. Because the gorilla guy, what he's called is the spirit of vengeance. The gorilla guy, the spirit of vengeance. The gorilla guy likes fighting. He needs to be agile, but over time, kids started, I love the gorilla guy, I love the gorilla guy. So kids are gradually changing the narrative to see him as a hero. Okay. But that was not the plan. The plan was to make him very aggressive. But because of the way kids love that character, we are gradually changing the narrative, gradually.
Okay, you want to change it. You don't want to go back to the
No. We have a storyline. There's a series going on.
Okay.
Gorilla Guy series. We're in episode 9 right now. We've uploaded to 6. So in the series, there will be different moments when the gorilla guy will be good, when he'll be bad, and all that. But the initial plan was for him to be like, for him to be possessed by an evil spirit. But the way kids love the character, we just have to now make him more like a hero and that kind of stuff, just to blend the storyline.
Okay, so as a content creator, if you want to advise someone that wants to go into content creation,
Yes.
what tool or app would you advise them to use?
App, CapCut. CapCut. When I started, I was using InShot. I used InShot for a very long time. They are all good. I used InShot for a very long time, and when CapCut came out, a lot of my colleagues were using CapCut. But CapCut, it's kind of complicated, and you're like, how will I make use of this? But if you don't start, you will be outdated.
Yes.
You will see some edits, like some level of editing that in InShot you have to pay for it to get it, but in CapCut it's free. You just left for it to explore and just get it yourself, learn to do it yourself. So CapCut for me is the best.
So can you tell us how a young person or a content creator can actually monetize his content?
Okay. The quickest platform to monetize is, no one is actually easy. No one is easy.
Of course
but the
not.
quickest one is Facebook.
Really? Not even TikTok?
Not really TikTok. TikTok, you have to get the... Nigeria is not eligible on TikTok, but on Facebook, Nigeria is eligible. Okay. Nigeria got eligible this year. So it's a plus to us, and you just have to, I think you have to have 5,000 followers, 60,000 watch time.
On Facebook?
On Facebook, like 60,000.
But you know, most people, like, would I say 70% of people don't even go on Facebook anymore?
That's what you think. Who told you? See.
Or is it because of me?
Facebook still remains the major social media app when it comes to monetization.
Okay.
You get, because if you go to TikTok, a lot of people on TikTok, but their accounts are not monetized. Like, let's say we only have like 15 to 20% of people on TikTok that have their accounts monetized. But on Facebook, we have a higher number. You get, and Facebook has more of like family-oriented kind of people. Twitter is where you go and you see people with dark humor, so Facebook is a place where you can actually drop your content.
Twitter is a different platform on its own, I swear to God. So, like, how long did it take you before you started seeing money from your content?
What makes you like I'm seeing money now?
You're telling us how to monetize it, so definitely.
Anyways, before I monetize, it took time because you have to, as of then, Nigeria was not eligible. So someone outside the country contacted me and was like, I have to like give access to my page. Okay. Then she will help me monetize the page. But when you're giving access to someone you don't know, like if it's gone, it's gone. You can't trace the person and all that.
Honestly, you have to start afresh.
For like 3-4 months, this person was disturbing me. I told the person, see, forget it. Don't worry, I'm doing it for passion. I don't want money. Because for me to give you my page, that time the page was at 200,000 followers. So I was like, for me to give you my page, if you were in Nigeria, it would have been different. You get. So at the point, I was like, someone still spoke to me. I was like, guy, your videos are going viral. How come you're not making money? One day I was scrolling through Instagram. I saw a post that said, one Arabic guy said, if you want to buy Ferrari, take risk. No risk, no Ferrari. So that's in my head. I was like, no risk, no Ferrari. Like, it's actually true. If you don't take risk, at times you're not really being big. I called her on phone. I told her, okay, see, take the page. Like, when I was giving her the page, I made up my mind. If she does not give me back the page, maybe it's someone that's scamming me. Fine, I go again. And
but you going again means you're starting afresh.
Yeah, I just made up my mind that night. And the thing there is, I actually have people. I actually know 1 or 2 persons in Nigeria that could, do it. But at times when you don't really want people to know your financial strength, you prefer coming from a stranger. Yeah. So I just chose that person.
Okay. This content creation needs consistency, whether you have views or you don't have views. So, like, how does the consistency now come into play to make you get to that top point where you can actually monetize your content?
See, if you want to be consistent in content creation, there is always something trending. Jump on that trend. I tell people, no matter the kind of content you're creating, you can fuse in your creativity into what's trending. Some people do cooking online. Yeah. Some people do fitness. There's religious content. There's health content. There's comedy. There's action. the storytelling. Someone can just come and start telling stories, you know, comes on. So, but fusing what is going on, I'm choosing. You can come out and maybe, you know, beans is difficult to boil. So let's say you want to boil beans in the middle of the night and you're trying to find, and you can be like, so guys, if you want to eat beans, remember you have to cook earlier because it's not so easy to boil and blah, 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 blah. So now saying, maybe you look at the time, it's like 10 p.m. is late. And you're like, oh, sorry, I forgot, it's really late. But anyways, I am chosen. Beans, who are you? That's when the beans is ready. You get. Now you have blended
The
the trend with
your
your art.
Yes.
You get. So anything that is trending, jump on it. Whether it is Bobrisky and VDM, use your own art and jump on the trend. That's if you really want to head to the top. But some people do content out of, I just want to pass out that message, but I'm not after going to the top.
Okay.
Because entertainment industry is not really easy. So it depends on what you want.
So, like, have you faced any setbacks since you started content creating?
Hey, Jesus. This question is deep.
And it's a lot.
This question is deep because I faced it last 2 months.
Wow.
See, was it last 2 months? Just July, May, June, July. July, yes. August, September. Yeah. August, September.
We're in
July.
October.
Yeah, we're in October. July. I almost ran mad. Like,
tell me about it.
My phone. I can't even believe till now, I still sleep holding my phone.
Okay. So what happened to your phone?
I got an iPhone 14.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, I ordered for an iPhone 15 Pro Max. Someone sent it from me from Australia. It got stolen. Like, it didn't get to me. They called me, I should go to what was the name? I should go to their office to pick it up. I went there. It was not there. The phone was not there. That one went. I got iPhone 14 Pro Max that month. After like 2 months, I was sleeping and I woke up and I noticed that my window was open. I don't know how. At times, we go through the gate, we leave the gate open. And that day it rained, so it could be all these people that know how they do their things. And they stole the phone. I had lots of content. See, when I say lots of content, I had like over 20 to 25 contents I have not uploaded. And each content can cost me like, at times, each content can cost me like over 20K. Just one content. Because when you shoot the content, those that will come around and you have to tip them. Thank you for coming. Take your tea fare.
Yeah.
So I had like over 20 of them. And it got missing. I was really, I went into depression straight.
That's expected.
You know when you just wake up?
Yeah.
And I didn't see it. I didn't see the phone. I called my brother. I told my brother, they've stolen our phone.
They stole his own too?
No, mine. He said,
Just
it's a
yours.
lie. Blah, 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 blah. He scattered everywhere. I knew they've stolen the phone. So I just sat down. I was trying to form, don't worry, I'm okay. But it broke me and all the contents got missing. So it taught me a lesson. I should have gotten a hard drive, which now I have.
Okay.
You have your hard drive. Once you shoot the content, you upload it there because don't just trust your phone or probably a particular source. Keep it, have like 2 backups just in case. So that was one major setback that it was a major one, like major one. Another thing people need to know is you have to be careful not to violate social media platforms. Facebook is very strict.
Yeah.
This guy's challenge, Brain Jota. There's this guy that I did it with. The guy is small. I won't call him a dwarf, but he's small. He's really small.
Yes.
So we did the stuff. The whole vibe, and you run and the person will chase you.
Yes.
I caught him and I threw him. But behind the scene, there were people waiting for him. So immediately I threw him, they caught him. But they didn't show, we didn't show where they caught him. I put it on Facebook, and Facebook suspended my account for 1 year and said that was child abuse.
So your account is still suspended?
No. I had to appeal and all that. My account was suspended for like 2 months plus.
Okay.
So, so these are setbacks that you can face,
So what advice now would you give content creators, like when they're out of creativity? Because now brain they use, they do all these things. So what advice would you give a content creator, like you're out of creativity? What advice would you give them?
See, number one, surround yourself with creative people, like people that think alike. Creative people in the sense that there are some people that when you surround yourself, like my team, the people I surround myself with, they're very creative. And when you're bringing up an idea, hey, have a content, the competition is healthy. There is healthy competition. So when you're like, everyone is bringing up content, you have not brought up something, you get, it pushes you, you not feel lazy.
Okay.
You get, surround yourself with a very creative team. Secondly, see, in fact, this part is very complicated because people don't understand.
Okay.
You need a moment of hate. The moment you get that, see, the moment you get to that stage where you have gotten to your moment of hate, that is grace. But people don't know.
So people must hate you.
Oh my God. See, the moment they start hating you, that is God telling you it is your time. Capitalize on that hate.
Okay.
Let me give you an instance. Do you know Very Dark Man is as influential as he is right now because people hated him when he started? Hate gives relevance. If when I did the guerrilla work then, though I didn't have it as guerrilla work in my mind, if when I did the guerrilla work then that nobody insulted me or anything, nobody would have known me. I'll just do guerrilla work and you can just sit and you just swipe. No, it's nothing. But they posted my video on Twitter and people were like, what is this? As they were saying, what is this? My DM was getting choked up. If 100 people insult you, 70 will come to your DM. Okay. If 70 comes to your DM, out of 70, like 10 is coming with business deal. Because at the moment you are trending, nobody cares what you're really trending for. Brands will start coming to you because you are trending. They just want to make use of your niche at that time. You are trending. So even if for you to hold their product or anything, people are like, it's not that guy. As they say, it's not that guy. That's how the face of the product is also trending. So know when to capitalize on hate. At times, content creators generate hate on their own.
How?
There's this guy they call Gege.
Okay.
He calls himself a financial expert, talking about, like for example, he'll come out and say, Davido gave his driver a car of 60 million naira. How can you do that?
Okay.
Now he's saying this, one dark slim guy, he's saying these things, and if you go to his comment section, what you keep saying is, how can you tell someone how to spend his money? When he started, he was like, Davido gave 60 million. How can you do that? That's not wise. The man does not have the mental strength to maintain the car. And it seemed as if it was not really pushing very well. Then he started adding, Davido, I give you 24 hours. Go and return that car. At times you'll be like, how can, let's say, I'm just giving an instance. I'm not saying it was about, I'm giving an instance. How can Don Jazzy give someone 10 million naira? How can you give a poor lady 10 million naira? You saw it to maybe open up a business, blah, 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 blah. Don Jazzy, I'm giving you 30 minutes to do. So now, he's saying this thing so that the fans will say, how can you tell someone, look at you're ordering your papa, are you mad? Now, the moment they're saying these things, the more they engage, the more the video goes viral. The more the video goes viral, the more they are being paid. You get the point? So once people notice that you have noticed them and you are hitting them, they will kick on it. Why? Some people that cannot generate that hate naturally, they pay for the hate.
They pay for hate?
They pay for hate. This is me telling you. The entertainment industry, a lot of people don't know what's going on. And like, if 90% of people understands what is going on in the entertainment industry, the comment section will be very scanty.
Oh.
There's some people
so
that
are you saying they pay
for
people
hate
to give that hate comment?
Let me break this thing down to you.
Okay.
That was last year. A girl met me when I was buying costume. So the girl said like, hey, how you doing? We spoke, and she was like, I like your content. I was like, thank you so much. Because me, I have this mentality that the way I live my life, everyone around me like majority will know me, but they don't like my content.
Okay.
Because I know I was dragged very well on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter. Instagram and TikTok, they're okay with my content. So I'm okay with it. I don't have a problem with that. You can hit me. I don't have a problem. I'm even happy that you don't even like me. But one thing I enjoy is that children love my content. Like, children, they see me as a superhero.
So are children your biggest audience?
Yeah.
Welcome to the news on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, California Sheriff's Department makes rehousing a top priority after wildfires. Pro-UN supporters rally outside Seoul Detention Center on second day of its detainment. Gaza market also as Israel set to approve ceasefire deal with Hamas. And Kremlin says it will study Ukraine's new agreement with UK. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The U.S. will not abandon its allies in the Pacific, and the incoming Trump administration should renew its commitment to providing Taiwan with the means to defend itself, former U.S. Vice President Mike Pence said in Taipei on Friday.
That America will never abandon our allies across the Pacific, and I call on the new administration in Washington, D.C., and freedom-loving nations around the world to urgently renew our commitment for providing Taiwan with the support it needs to defend itself and its freedom. Now, while America's perception of China has changed greatly in recent years, I can assure you one thing has not changed, and that is the deep respect and support of the American people for the people of Taiwan.
Trump's first administration, in which Pence served, offered strong support for Chinese claimed Taiwan, including the regularization of arms sales. But Trump, who takes office on Monday for a second term, unnerved Taiwan on the campaign trail by calling for democratically governed island to pay to be defended and accusing it of stealing U.S. semiconductor business. In addition to military support, the Trump administration should also begin negotiations for a free trade park with Taiwan, Pence added, a deal the government in Taipei has long sought. On the ground in Altadena, where the eastern fire devastated communities east of Los Angeles, rehousing for those who lost their property is the priority, according to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Department said they face numerous challenges in making areas safe.
So even though a home is still standing as opposed to a home that's burned down, there's still safety hazards out there. We have to remember on the main roads, there's down trees, down power lines, there's debris. It was a very, very windy night. I mean, I was here that evening and the winds were gusts of 100 miles an hour. So there was debris everywhere. And we're doing a systematic approach to that as far as clearing. So some areas where houses may not be burned and residents want to get back in, they need to understand that it's still not safe because of the hazards in the road. We had over 160 to 200 people out there going from plot to plot to plot to see if there was any type of human remains or anything that they could find. The last thing you want to do is have people come back into an area and find a loved one or something like that.
A fire at the site of Vistra Coal Moss Landing Power Plant in Monterey County, California, has prompted orders for the evacuation of places nearby, the company and county officials said on Thursday. The fire was detected at an energy storage facility at the plant, Vistra added. Nearly 150,000 people have so far signed an online petition demanding the immediate resignation of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass over gross mismanagement and a lack of leadership during the devastating wildfires in the region. The Change.org petition, which still increasing signatures, accuses Bass of mishandling the wildfires, noting that she was not even in the country when the fires first broke out. According to media reports, Bass was on a diplomatic visit to Ghana when the devastating wildfires erupted. Prior to her trip, the local meteorological agency had issued multiple warnings about the extreme fire risk posed by strong winds following a prolonged dry spell. In June 2024, Bass approved a budget cut of more than $17 million to the local fire department. A report from a Los Angeles fire chief, Kristen Crowley, in December 2024, stated that these cuts have significantly weakened the department's ability to effectively respond to wildfires and other emergencies. Upon Bass' return to the U.S., a reporter confronted her, asking whether she owed an apology for her absence and if she regretted the decision to slash the fire department budget. The mayor refused to respond. As of Wednesday, fierce wildfires across Los Angeles area had killed at least 25 people and destroyed more than 12,300 structures. Local authorities confirmed that at least 26 people were still missing in the ongoing wildfires. 20 of the missing are believed to be in the Ayton fire area and 6 in the Palisades fire area. Drone video over Malibu on Thursday showed scores of beachfront homes reduced to ash and rubble in the exclusive beach enclave north of Los Angeles. Electrical and construction crews have begun the task of cleaning and piecing back together the once beautiful stretch along the shore of the Pacific Ocean, adorned with multi-million-dollar coastal homes. The fires have killed at least 25 people, damaged or destroyed more than 12,000 homes and other structures, and forced as many as 200,000 people from their homes. A SpaceX Starship rocket broke up in space minutes after launching from Texas, causing airline flights over the Gulf of Mexico to alter course to avoid falling debris. SpaceX Mission Control lost contact with the Starship 8 minutes after liftoff. Musk said a preliminary assessment showed an internal leak of liquid oxygen fuel led to the rocket's breakup. Despite the setback, Musk stated, nothing so far suggests pushing next launch past next month. SpaceX test to failure approach includes such failures as part of development. Thus, the test failure occurred in a phase previously flown through successfully. Hundreds of Montenegrins protested in the capital, Podgorica, on Thursday against what they see as a lack of action by authorities after a mass shooting in which a gunman killed 12 people and seriously wounded 4. 45-year-old Ako Martinovic went on a rampage on Wednesday after drinking heavily in the small town of Sentinje and managed to evade the police for many hours. He shot and killed himself the next day. Many Montenegrins are angry over what they see as slow reform of an understaffed and under-resourced police force and bureaucratic and political wranglings within the government. North Korea denounced the United States for sending military aircraft over the Korean peninsula several times this month, as well as the US, Japan, and South Korea for holding an air military exercise. State media KCNA reported on Friday. North Korea also denounced a joint nuclear consultative group, NCG, between the US and South Korea that seeks to manage North Korea's nuclear threat, the report said. The latest NCG meeting held last week, the US reaffirmed its commitment to enhance the regular visibility of US strategic assets on the Korean peninsula, according to a joint statement from the US and South Korea. Still to come, ICC prosecutors sees no real effort by Israel to probe alleged Gaza war crimes. Israeli Security Cabinet meets in Netanyahu's office to discuss ceasefire deal. Stay with us. South Korea's anti-corruption agency said on Friday it would ask a Seoul court to extend the detention of arrested President Yoon Suk-yeol as the leader again refused to be questioned by investigators while held at the Seoul detention center. Waving South Korean and US flags, supporters of Yoon chanted slogans as they protested outside the detention center where it was held. On Wednesday, Yoon became the first sitting South Korean president to be arrested over a probe into whether he committed insurrection when he briefly imposed martial law in early December. In order to hold Yoon in custody for longer, investigators at the Corruption Investigation Office for High-Ranking Officials, CIO, said that it is leading the inquiry needs to request a court to approve a detention warrant for up to 20 days. International Criminal Court prosecutor Karim Khan has defended his decision to bring war crimes allegation against Israel's prime minister, saying Israel had made no real effort to investigate the allegations itself. In an interview, he stood by his decision over the arrest and warrant, despite a vote last week by the U.S. House of Representatives to sanction the ICC in protest, a move he described as unwanted and unwelcome. ICC judges issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, former Israel Defense Chief Yoav Gallant, and Hamas leader Ibrahim al-Masri last November for alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity during the Gaza conflict. Israel has rejected the jurisdiction of a Hague-based court and denies war crimes. The United States, Israel's main ally, is also not a member of the ICC, and Washington has criticized the arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant. An Israeli investigation could have led to the case being handed back to Israeli courts on the so-called complementary principles. Israel can still demonstrate its willingness to investigate even after warrants were issued, he said. The ICC said it noted the bill with concern and warned it could rob victims of atrocities of justice and hope.
Easy, because there's a complete denial of any wrongdoing, and so not a willingness to actually grasp the nettle of truth and to investigate it. But the point is that can change. Sometimes states, individuals can reassess the national interest and what's the proper thing to do before warrants are applied for. They can decide to do that after warrants are applied for. And in the meantime, we're doing what we have to do. It is, of course, unwanted and unwelcome that an institution that is a child of Nuremberg, that is meant to focus on not politics, on the righteous, the necessary prohibition of genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity, that the minute that institution is threatened with sanctions, it should make people take note.
The Israeli Security Cabinet held talks in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office on Friday to discuss the ceasefire deal with Hamas and the release of hostages. Netanyahu's office added Hamas is expected to release the first hostages under a Gaza ceasefire deal on Sunday. Full Israeli cabinet is expected to meet later on Friday to give final approval to the deal with militant group Hamas for a ceasefire in Gaza and a release of hostages, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said on Friday, following concerns the accord may be delayed. In Gaza itself, Israeli warplanes kept up intense strikes, and the Civil Emergency Service said on Friday that at least 101 people, including 58 women and children, had been killed since the deal was announced. With long-standing divisions apparent among ministers, Israel delayed meetings expected on Thursday when the cabinet was expected to vote on the pact, blaming Hamas for the hold-up. Hamas said it was committed to the deal. People shopped at a marketplace in Khan Yunis in Gaza on Friday morning as Israel's cabinet is set to approve a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Ceasefire accord emerged on Wednesday after mediation by Qatar, Egypt and the US. The deal outlines a 6-week initial ceasefire with a gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces. Dozens of hostages taken by Hamas, including women, children, elderly and sick people, will be freed in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners detained in Israel. It paves the way for a surge in humanitarian aid for Gaza, where the majority of the population has been displaced, facing hunger, sickness and cold. If successful, the ceasefire would halt fighting that has razed much of heavily urbanized Gaza, killed over 46,000 people, and displaced most of a tiny enclave's pre-war population of 2.3 million, according to Gaza authorities. Pro-Palestinian demonstrators gathered near the Israeli consulate in Toronto, Canada on Thursday to celebrate the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas and to call on Tel Aviv to honor the terms of the deal. Gal Sabah, a member of the Jews for Free Palestine organization, said that while the ceasefire is a positive step, it came too late. According to mediators, the deal will take effect on Sunday, January 19, and include a release of hostages there during 15 months bloodshed that devastated the Palestinian enclave and inflamed the Middle East.
We have to acknowledge that the ceasefire deal has come 15 months way too late. This exact deal has been on the table since May of 2024, and instead Israel decided to continue its genocidal campaign. And this is reflective of a failure of the international community, especially a country like Canada that prides itself in peacekeeping efforts, refusing to take concrete efforts, such as imposing an arms embargo on Israel that could have ended this genocide 15 months ago.
We're obviously thrilled for the possibility of a ceasefire for the Palestinian people. It's come 15 months too late. It's come 200,000 deaths too late. It's come the loss of many kids' parents, the loss of many kids' lives too late. But a ceasefire is a ceasefire, and that is a good thing.
As students, while we are certainly glad to hear of the news of a ceasefire deal, we are cautious. We are cautious of the fact that Israel continues to violate previous ceasefire deals, and that in the last 24 hours, over 100 Palestinians have been killed since the deal was announced.
Palestinians inspected on Friday the damage to a tent for displaced people in the aftermath of an Israeli strike in Khan Yunis. Nearby, people in Nasser Hospital mourned and prayed over bodies of loved ones in Israeli strikes. Israeli cabinet will meet to give final approval to a deal with militant group Hamas for a ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostages, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said on Friday. Amidst concern, the accord may be delayed. In Gaza itself, Israeli warplanes kept up intense strikes. Palestinian authorities said late on Thursday that at least 86 people were killed in the day after the truce was announced. The Kremlin said on Friday that it will study the details of Ukraine's new 100-year agreement with the United Kingdom. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov called the idea of British military bases in Ukraine worrying and said that Moscow views negatively prospect of British cooperation with Ukraine in the Sea of Azov, calling it Russia's internal sea.
Given that Britain is a NATO country, the advancement of its military infrastructure towards our borders is certainly a rather disturbing element. In any case, it will be necessary to further analyze what will happen. Negatively, this is truly an internal sea of Russia, and there can hardly be any talk of cooperation between Ukraine and Great Britain there, in the Sea of Azov.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer pledged on Thursday to work with Ukraine and allies to offer Kiev security guarantees if a ceasefire is negotiated with Russia and offering more support through a 100-year partnership deal. Russia claimed on Thursday that its forces targeted several Ukrainian military airports and key infrastructure over the past 24 hours, while Ukraine reported attacking a Russian fuel depot, triggering a large fire. Russian Defense Ministry said in a briefing on Thursday that its forces had struck multiple Ukrainian military airports, drone production facilities, and storage warehouses in the past day. Russian forces also destroyed a key breach on a Ukraine supply route to the west of Kurakhov. Russian air defense systems downed 3 French-made Hammer-guided bombs, 12 US-made HIMARS rockets, and 95 drones. On the same day, the General Staff of Ukrainian Armed Forces reported 89 combat encounters on the front line as of Thursday afternoon, said that Ukrainian forces had successfully repelled 8 Russian offensives in the Kursk region. Additionally, Ukraine Armed Forces launched a strike on a Russian fuel depot in the Voronezh region early in the day, with at least 3 drones hitting the target and sparking a major fire. 3 lawyers for the late Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny were found guilty on Friday of belonging to an extreme group by a Russian court, sentenced to between 3.5 and 5.5 years, the Mediazona news outlet reported. Vadim Kobzet, Igor Segwin, and Alexei Lipsa were arrested in October 2023 and added to the following month to an official list of terrorists and extremists. Navalny, who died suddenly in an Arctic penal colony in February last year, was his wife, Yulia Navalnaya, has described lawyers as political prisoners and said they were arrested for simply doing their job. Kremlin says it does not comment on individual court cases, but authorities have cast Navalny and his supporters as Western-backed traitors seeking to destabilize Russia. Mediazona says Segwin was sentenced to 3.5 years in a penal colony. Lipsa got 5 years and Kobzev 5.5. The trial was conducted behind closed doors. Former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney announced on Thursday that he was running to replace Prime Minister Justin Trudeau as leader of the ruling Liberal Party, saying he wanted to focus on the struggling economy. Carney, 59, launched his bid at an event in the western city of Edmonton, casting himself as an outsider, was not part of Trudeau's unpopular government. Trudeau announced his resignation this month amid unhappiness among legislators alarmed by the party's poor polling numbers ahead of an election this year. Trudeau, who took office in November 2015, will stay on until his replacement is named on March 9. Carney's main rivals look to be former Financial Minister Chrystia Freeland, whose resignation last month over policy differences led to Trudeau's decision to quit. A new Prime Minister is unlikely to be in office for long. Minority government could be toppled in Parliament as soon as the end of March, triggering an election that polls indicate the official opposition Conservatives will win. Carney, who was also governor of the Bank of England, is running as an outsider with considerable financial experience.
Yes, Canada needs change, but not just any change. We need change that works for people, and we've never needed it more. So if you remember one thing from what I say today, remember this. I am going to be completely focused on getting our economy back on track. And if you wonder why I can succeed where others have failed or will fall short, consider this. I've helped manage multiple crises, and I've helped save 2 economies. I know how business works, and I know how to make it work for you. I've worked around the world, but I'm grounded in what I learned right here in Edmonton. To be responsible, to be fair, to stay humble, to work together, and to never, ever give up.
Rescue teams rescued families from floods in the southern Brazilian city of Florianopolis after heavy rains hit several cities in Santa Catarina state on Thursday. Video shot by the Santa Catarina Military Fire Brigade showed several streets flooded, with people walking in water reaching chest height in some areas. Authorities alerted locals to be on alert for landslides. Florianopolis Mayor Topazio Neto announced on social media that roads were closed and urged residents to stay home to allow repair crews and emergency vehicles access to the northern part of the island and other areas. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian attended a wreath-laying ceremony in Moscow on Friday ahead of talks with the President Vladimir Putin at the Kremlin and expected signing of a strategic partnership treaty between the two countries. Putin and Pezeshkian are set to sign a long-awaited strategic cooperation agreement in a move likely to worry the West, which sees both countries as maligned influences on the world stage. Moscow and Tehran say their increasingly close ties are not directed against other countries. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian arrived in Moscow on Friday for talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin at the airport of Pezeshkian was welcomed by Russian Minister of Energy Sergei Sivilev. Pezeshkian, on his first Kremlin visit since winning the presidency last July, after the death in a helicopter crash of his predecessor, is due to hold talks with Putin focused on bilateral ties and international issues before signing the treaty. According to TASS state news agency, the president will sign a strategic partnership treaty between the two countries. Russia has cultivated closer ties with Iran and other countries hostile towards the U.S., such as North Korea, since the start of the Ukrainian war, and has strategic pacts with Pyongyang and close allies Belarus, as well as strategic partnership agreement with China. 20-year Russia-Iran agreement, which will include provisions for closer defense cooperation, is likely to worry the West, which sees both countries as malign influences on the world stage. Moscow and Tehran said their increasingly close ties are not directed against other countries. Russia has made extensive use of Iranian drones during the war in Ukraine, and the United States accused Tehran in September of delivering close-range ballistic missiles to Russia for use against Ukraine. Tehran denies supplying drones or missiles. Kremlin has declined to confirm it has received Iranian missiles, but has acknowledged that its cooperation with Iran includes the most sensitive areas. Putin met Pezeshkian on the sidelines of BRICS summit in the Russian city of Kazan in October, and on the sidelines of a cultural forum in Turkmenistan the same month. Still to come, Venezuelan opposition leader seeks support in Costa Rica days after Maduro's inauguration. Ex-PM Khan's wife, Bushra Bibi, convicted in land corruption case, sentenced to 7 years. These and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
France President Emmanuel Macron arrived in Lebanon on Friday in his first visit since 2020 to help speed up the formation of a government that can quickly implement reforms and open the door to reconstruction. Macron was welcomed by outgoing Lebanese Prime Minister Najib Mikati at the airport in the capital Beirut. Since the truce brokered by France and the United States in November between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah, Paris has played a key role in helping break Lebanon's political deadlock, along with American and Saudi counterparts, that has now led to a new president and prime minister. French presidency source briefing reporters ahead of a trip said the objective was to underscore the importance of Lebanon's sovereignty, help it towards structural economic reforms that will restore international confidence and ensure there's a united government able to push change. Venezuelan opposition leader Edmundo Gonzalez met with Costa Rican President Rodrigo Chavez at the presidential house in San Jose on Thursday. The meeting was part of Gonzalez's tour to seek support and alliances across Latin America and North America, countries that recognize him as the Venezuelan president-elect for the political crisis after the July 2024 elections in Venezuela. In a press conference, Chavez expressed his respect for Venezuelans' hope for return to democracy. Gonzalez criticized the current Venezuelan government's autocratic tendencies and their impact on the country. The visit occurred 6 days after Maduro's official inauguration for his third term as Venezuelan president. Bushra Khan, the wife of Pakistani's former Prime Minister Imran Khan, is set to spend 7 years behind bars after a court sentenced her alongside her husband in a land corruption case on Friday. Born Bushra Riaz Watto changed her name to Khan after marriage in 2018. She had been growing into a leadership role in her husband's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf PTI party since he was jailed in August 2023. Khan and her followers, commonly referred to as Bushra Bibi or Bushra Begum, titles that denote respect in the Urdu language. The verdict in the case, the largest in terms of financial impropriety, faced by Imran Khan, was delivered by an anti-graft court in a prison in the garrison city of Rawalpindi, where the one-time cricket hero has been jailed since August 2023. Imran Khan was sentenced to 14 years in prison, and the PTI has said it would appeal both sentences. A home in Sydney, previously owned by a senior Jewish community leader, was vandalized on Friday early morning, and 2 cars were set alight, with one spray painted with anti-Semitic slur. The attack, the third targeting the Jewish community in Sydney in 2 months, happened on a property once owned by Alex Ripchen, the co-chief executive of Executive Council of Australian Jewellery. New South Wales Premier Chris Mains said.
These are horrifying anti-Semitic attacks. They're violent. I think they've shocked the people of New South Wales and Australia. And honestly, I never thought I would see this kind of naked racism and anti-Semitism repeating itself on the streets of Sydney in such an organised, horrifying manner. I also want to make it clear that police are directing a huge amount of resources at this operation. Strike Force Pearl has 20 detectives working on anti-Semitic violent attacks in our community full-time.
Australia has seen a rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents since Israel retaliated against an attack by militant Palestinian group Hamas on October 7, 2023, with an assault on Gaza that has left tens of thousands of people dead. The U.S. probe targeting China's maritime logistics and shipbuilding sectors is a serious violation of World Trade Organization rules and an outright protectionist act, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman said on Friday. Speaking to reporters at a regular news briefing, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiakun said the U.S. blames China for its own problems, which lacks factual basis and goes against economic common sense.
want to emphasize is that the Biden administration's Section 301 investigation into China's maritime, logistics, and shipbuilding industries seriously violated World Trade Organization rules and was an outright protectionist act. China is strongly dissatisfied with this and firmly opposes it, and has stated its position many times. The Biden administration blames China for its own problems, which lacks factual basis and goes against economic common sense. We urge the U.S. to respect facts and multilateral rules, immediately stop its wrong practices, and return to the rules-based multilateral trading system. China will closely follow the progress of the investigation and will take all necessary measures to resolutely defend its rights and interests.
The U.S. Trade Representative USTR office on Thursday said it has found China's targeted dominance of the global shipbuilding, maritime and logistics sectors unreasonable and is actionable under U.S. trade law. The Chinese government has never and will never require companies or individuals to collect data for or provide data to it in any way that violates the law, China's Foreign Ministry said on Friday. Speaking at a regular news briefing, China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Gua Jiakong was responding to a question about 6 Chinese companies, including TikTok, Chain, Xiaomi, which have been named in a privacy complaint filed by Austrian advocacy group ENUGU, claiming the firms were unlawfully sending European Union user data to China. China attaches great importance to and protects data privacy and security in accordance with the law, Gua added. ENUGU, with Alibaba's e-commerce site AliExpress, retailer Shein, TikTok and phone maker Xiaomi admits to sending Europeans' personal data to China, citing transparency reports and other documents, while retailer Temu and Tencent's messenger app WeChat transfer data to undisclosed third countries like China. A Xiaomi spokesperson said the company was examining the allegations and will fully cooperate with authorities to resolve the matter if they approach the company due to this complaint. Other companies did not immediately respond to requests for comments. 3 late goals from Amad Diallo dragged a below-par Manchester United to a 3-1 comeback victory over Southampton in the Premier League on Thursday. United would have fancied their chances of getting back to winning ways against bottom-of-the-table Southampton, but the host was second best from the off, deservedly falling behind to Emmanuel Ogat's own goal just before half-time. Staring down the barrel for another home defeat, United upped the ante after the break, getting back on level terms through Diallo 8 minutes from time before the Ivorian completed the turnaround in the 90th minute. A stoppage time third to complete his hat-trick certainly flattered United, who climbed to 12th in the standings amid another disappointing season, while Southampton remained bottom with 6 points.
I didn't say nothing. I will tell you tomorrow that he has to rest, eat good food to prepare that Sunday. We need them again. He did a great job. It's a great moment for a young kid to score an hat-trick for a club like this, but he needs to focus on the next match because this is already in the past, and prepare the next game. We have to be careful with the young kids. It was a really good job today. He has a lot to improve, but this game is in the past. We need to prepare the future in the game. In football, the life is like this. So, congratulations to him, to all the team. Enjoyed tonight. It's a very good moment, and he needs to appreciate these moments. But tomorrow he's going to recover, and we have to prepare the next game.
Defending champion Aina Sabalenka started off a shaky display to fight her way into the 4th round of the Australian Open with a 7-6-5, 6-4 victory over Clara Towson on Friday. Novak Djokovic resumes his quest for a record 25th Grand Slam title and 11th at Melbourne Park later in the day, and Carlos Alcaraz, Alexander Zverev and Coco Gauff would also be in action on the main show courts. Today's first match on the Road Lava Arena at the start of the 6th day of the championship was hardly vintage tennis, but Sabalenka was pleased to come away unscathed after a little over 2 hours in bright sunshine in challenging conditions. Sabalenka has been far from her devastating best in the first 2 rounds, and against Towson, she dropped serve 4 times in a wobbly opening set. But her opponent was equally profligate as both players struggled with the sun and breeze. The first hold in the 8 games was greeted with a big round of applause as world number 42 Towson surged to a 5-3 lead. But Sabalenka roared back like a tiger, the animal that has become a totem. Sabalenka shifted up a gear, however, and earned a set point with a stinging backhand winner before closing it out with a big forehand to leave Auckland champion Towson a tad deflated after 63 minutes of toil. Erling Haaland has signed a 10-year contract with Manchester City, which will keep him at the club until 2034, Premier League club announced on Friday. Haaland's contract was set to expire in June 2027, but the 24-year-old winner of the league's Golden Boot for most goals scored in the last 2 seasons could be set to stay at the club until the age of 34. Norwegian, who was signed from Borussia Dortmund in 2022, has netted 111 goals in 126 matches for City, winning the treble of the Premier League, FA Cup and Champions League in his debut season under manager Pep Guardiola. Haaland broke records in the first season in England, netting 36 goals in his debut Premier League campaign and 52 in all competitions. He scored 27 league goals last season as City won a 4th consecutive Premier League title, while he has netted 16 so far this season.
And yeah, I'm going to stay for a long time, so now I can fully focus on getting better, because I'm going to stay for such a long time. So full focus on performing, on getting better, and to give all the fans what they want. People think it's only because he's this or that, but the amount of hours he puts down is also motivating, and it's also inspiring as well to see. And yeah, it's funny to work with him. It's hard, it's tough, because he demands a lot. But that's what I want. I want people to demand a lot from me, and to put pressure on me. And yeah, so far so good.
Hawaii's Kiliao began spewing lava in a new eruption on Wednesday and Thursday. This marked its 4th eruptive phase since it came back to life in late December. Intermittent lava activity has been observed in the crater at the summit of Kiliao since the volcano reawakened on December 23. The Hawaiian Volcano Observatory said it was possible the lava fountain's height would increase as more gas-rich lava reaches the surface. The Hawaiian Volcano Observatory said it would continue to closely monitor the eruption, and that it was in contact with Hawaii Volcanoes National Park and the Hawaii County Civil Defense Agency about eruptive hazards. That's the news this hour. Thank you for watching. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
What we are doing in Nigeria is a lot of people are taking risks. And in business, yes, they say, don't fear, take risks so that you grow. But you don't see the risks there and you jump into it. Say you have been told to take risks. It's when it is unimaginable energy. I think in one of the stations, I was privileged to appear, one of the broadcast media. I was, the MD was, we were discussing informally. He was telling me, say, Louis, to run this business is no longer fun. What is he spends on diesel alone on weekly basis, on weekly basis, can pay his staff, all of them. So imagine that kind of, what kind of business are you running? Are you running a charity home? Apart from the issue of technology, energy, that government agents, you see somebody, a woman who is selling mango, fruits, they will come, you see another operatives will look elsewhere when you are undermining somebody's interest. So I wonder, when people do business, it's like, in Nigeria today, it's like, well, we have come out, we have started, there's nothing we can do.
Good morning this morning and welcome to Signature Morning on Signature Television, your favorite morning show. Today's Friday, the 10th of January 2025, and my name is Chigichi Agoram. With me on the show is Charles Pius. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning. I mean, it's 10 days already in the brand new year, so that means we're counting some more days. I think if it is 52 weeks and we're counting the year, we're counting now 50 weeks plus few days.
Yeah, time waits for
so,
no man. Huh?
Whatever you're doing this year, start planning, start putting it into implementation mode if you can. If you need to meet people, start doing that immediately. Something I also thought about, recently is try as much as you can to mind your business this year. A whole lot of persons meddle into people's business that really doesn't concern them. So this year, try as much as you can to mind your own business. Do not project your personal belief, your personal conviction on people's lives. No, but you holy pass.
Okay, so now you're sounding like Socrates. However, I would like to put a little twist to it. In as much as you have been admonished not to, meddle in other people's businesses, I would say also look out for your brother, be your brother's keeper. A phone call could save your life. Someone coming to, respond, be a first responder could save a life. So in as much as you're being told to mind your business, look after your brother. All right, so don't go anywhere. We'll come back right after the short break with newspaper headlines and review. Stay with us. And if you're just joining us, thank you so much. This is still Signature Morning on Signature TV. Don't forget to go over to our social media platforms, go like, comment, share, and subscribe. Welcome to our newspaper headlines and review. First up, Daily Trust, and just above, below rather, the mast, there are three news items of importance. Edu Bagudu grilled as Senate opens 2025 budget defense. Address bandits influx. Afenifere urges Southwest governors and northern groups demand VAT reduction to 3%.
Many killed as gunmen attack Katsina villages with a rider. 2 policemen die in Borno. Boko Haram strike.
Nigeria seeks increased currency swap deal with China.
Expatriates tax regime. Court summons Fagbemi Tunjiojo.
On attacks, 1,000 Benue households displaced in 1 week coming from Aliyah.
Insecurity. Federal government rules out foreign mercenaries.
And then we move on over to the nation. Just above the mast, court freezes general hydrocarbons account over $225.8 million debt to First Bank.
Sanwo-Olu signs 337 trillion naira budget. Inaugurates Ikeja GRA roads.
Okpebolo, council chiefs unable to account for 83 billion naira allocation.
Edun Idris take first shots as 2025 budget defense opens.
CBN suspends export proceeds repatriation extension. Council poll, court to rule on Osun APC case next week.
Federal government threatens to terminate roads contracts in Southeast and South-South.
Finally, on the nation, Nigeria seeks raise and $2 billion currency swap deal with China.
Over now to the Daily Times newspaper. On the Daily Times, China-Nigeria relations, why Tinubu calls for currency swap threatening.
Boldly printed on the front page of the Daily Times. First Bank, why stakeholders want Otedola out.
Threats to live, you lied, Ganduje tells Peter Obi.
NUJ condemns attacks on Sun newspaper's correspondent at PDP secretariat.
Bauchi flood, Tugar advises communities to clear drainages.
And finally, on the Daily Times, NOA raises alarm over emerging human metapneumovirus.
On the Blueprint newspaper this morning, above the mast, court summons Interior Minister AGF over proposed expatriates tax regime.
19 terrorists killed as Boko Haram attacks Chad's presidential palace.
Tinubu seeks increase in $2 billion China Nigeria currency swap, with the rider says $50 billion pledged to Africa's infrastructure inadequate. Nigeria will domesticate production of military equipment, says Minister. We won't tolerate foreign interference in Africa, says China.
On the foreign scene, British pound sterling falls to one-year low amidst fiscal and inflation concerns.
My performance will speak for me, Governor Yusuf tells Ganduje.
And NAS tackles ministers, MDAs at 2025 budget defense with a rider NOA-NAN to represent budgetary proposals.
2025, Nigerians want federal government to prioritize agri, economy, and security.
Next up, the Nigerian Tribune. On tax reform bills, northern stakeholders demand VAT reduction to 3%, with rider that says call for relocation of corporate headquarters of banks, telecom companies to Abuja. This can be found on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune.
Federal government rejects foreign mercenaries in tackling insecurity. That's on the Nigerian Tribune.
Fuel subsidy proceeds. Finance Minister demands closed-door meeting with lawmakers on page 4. And over 120 million workers globally are at risk of redundancy coming from World Economic Forum on page 6. And Human Rights Community names Oyebanji 2024 Governor of the Year on page 12 of the Nigerian Tribune.
Oyo makes move to choose new Alafin. Commissioner summons local government chairman and kingmakers.
And finally, on the Nigerian Tribune, federal government rejects foreign mercenaries in tackling security and seeks partnership with China for military equipment and productions.
On the Nigerian Guardian newspaper this morning, we have some interesting headlines. Lagos lowers FAC expectations, targets 2.3 trillion naira IGR.
And on the Guardian front page, pediatric nutrition, health concerns over affordability, safety, and quality of infant meals.
Insecurity. Afenifere alerts Southwest governors as experts tackle federal government on terrorism funding.
Lagos lowers FAC expectations and targets 2.3 trillion naira IGR. Northern groups seek reopening of land borders.
Court summons Minister AGF over expatriate levy implementation.
Boundary. Federal government sues for peace at Abia Cross River renew hostilities.
Senate erupts as Edun seeks executive session on fuel subsidy proceeds.
Moving over to the Punch, just above the Punch newspaper mast, general hydrocarbon accounts frozen and $225 million debt dispute with First Bank.
Nigeria, China plan collaboration on military training arms production. With the rider, China announces there's 1 billion yuan grant for Nigeria, others to train over 7,000 military personnel.
Afenifere Igboho offers support as police squad combats Southwest bandits. Power
stagnates at 4,500 megawatt despite $3 billion loans.
Sanwo-Olu signs 3.36 trillion naira 2025 budget, opens 5 roads.
Biden, Trump, others pay tribute as U.S. buries Carter. Still on the Punch, Senate grills finance minister over subsidy savings. Man jailed 2 years for defrauding American of $345,000. Sanwo-Olu signs 3.36 trillion naira 2025 budget, opens 5 roads.
And that's the much we can take for our newspaper headlines today, Friday. Moving over to our review, Chris, of course, is in the studio to give us his insights. Good morning, Chris, and good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning and Happy New Year.
Same to you. I think we've not seen for the...
No, we've not.
It took about 2 weeks to see you. You are very scarce. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning. Good morning.
And good morning, the world.
All
we
right,
are here
Chris.
again, yeah.
So what are the main issues that actually tickled your curiosity and, you know?
Well, in the nation, Pebolo is saying that billions of how much he said are not be accounted for.
Yes.
And that brings us to the mind that why is he still fighting people who should account for the money? This money he's talking about that the council people should not, who didn't account for. Sorry. are in the funds that were given to caretaker committee. Before now, no state in Nigeria have elected a local government council chairman. And now that they have one, he wants to dissolve them. So is there no contradiction in his actions? He should allow the elected people who should be held accountable. Now, if you are dissolving them and fighting and impeaching them and bribing, so that you people should have a hold on local government, I think you have Edo State as a big state. Very viable, and they're wonderful people. You should concentrate on trying to see what you do with the Edo people and leave the local governments to breathe.
You know, it's pretty interesting because it seems as though there's a script that the governor of Edo State is acting out. At first, it was the saga with taking the chairman and some councillors out from office using the assembly, and then that didn't work. Then he tried using the local government assembly councillors to.
He got
councillors to.
He got some.
He got some. And now this. He got some. And now this. And one begins to wonder, because the APC government brought in local government autonomy. They are the ones that, brought in the autonomy of it. But it seems as if an APC governor is fighting, the local government.
We have a lot of contradiction, and that's worrying.
It's a lot of contradictory actions by the APC sitting APC governor in Edo State. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
But you are right. I mean, a house divided against itself, they say shall not stand. Now they say shall not stand. Now we can see clear evidence that there is total confusion, because if you come in as a new governor, you should be well advised to look at where. They say a small bird perches on the tree, and before he perches, he has defecated the whole place, even before he perches. Now the worry is, African proverb will tell you. Now if the bird perches well and settles, that means he will fill up the whole place with with bed sheet. Now, what this man will boast to his government and with the bed sheet. Now, what this man will boast to his government and give him credibility. Whatever his fears, we don't know, but I give him credibility. Whatever his fears, we don't know. But I know that Bebolo is playing the script of many governors in Nigeria, so they are watching him. His success will determine what they will do. But he's causing a lot of confusion. Check how many months he has taken position as governor of Edo State. We've not had anything. He's just concentrated on fighting local government autonomy. And he's bound to fail. Because at the end of it all, the APC government at the center, with the support of AGF, that's the Attorney General of the Federation, who had the support of the presidency, will not allow him to succeed. And he will find himself on the endless run of the locust. He will just be rolling and not gather animals. So it's better he leave that angle and look for where he will score cheap, and they call it in the business circle, low-hanging fruit. The local government autonomy fight is not the low-hanging fruit. It's going to be, bring up a lot of things. You are saying this figure, who? This figure that cannot be accounted for. And not these people who are, they just barely how many more, they've not even clocked 1 month in office. You are saying they cannot account how many billions. Who gave them the money? You said, when were you elected? Has anybody given them any budget? These are people, he's just afraid of his own shadow. And they will not make it.
I mean, as a governor of the state, he needs to also do some checks at that level. I mean, even not for the fact that AGF mentioned this thing about his jurisdiction as to what he can do. I mean, to announce that 80 billion naira hasn't been accounted for. In fact, the story is the fact that the local government chairmen were contributing to the PDP, pause, to finance the PDP activities in the states. For each of them, 800 million. So everything comes down to 80 billion. I mean, he needs to ask those questions to know why. At
what point? I'm not quarreling with his position as governor to ask questions. You are asking questions that somebody should have asked yesterday. You are asking it today to who? The caretaker appointed chairman of councils. And how can somebody go and stoop on a shit? He didn't cheat.
And it seems
the new local government people are brand new.
They didn't. I'm sorry, how you force them to stoop on somebody's? I mean, everybody should take, and that's why we're encouraging local government autonomy. Let them be allowed. And it's at that point now, you now say, let what happened in the recent past now repeat itself in the current future. And that is exactly why he put his ground. He will tell the people, this is what the mess I found here. And then, remember, they are state governors, fund their parties. And the local government are the arms of government at that level, constitutionally. So if they, you know, I'm not encouraging embezzlement and corruption, but the African proverb says that Pepe will be stronger in that mortar where it's grounded. So is it because of PDP? He's pursuing shadow. You have moved PDP. Let it settle.
All right. So before I get to the next item on the agenda, I actually agree with both of you. In as much as he should pursue low-hanging fruit, I think he also there must be evidence, and not just he said this and he said that. Everything must be evidence based and factual. Yeah. All right. First Bank seems to be on the news for all the reasons.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they are for all the right reasons or for all the wrong reasons.
For a change.
So the Daily Times printed on the front page saying stakeholders want Otedola, who sits at the board of First Bank Group. They are calling that he should be taken out.
You do not in African proverbs tell a man, look, I say cheesy, look at your mouth, how you are eating your own thing. Stakeholders are the owners of the bank. As the person they mentioned,